Okay, now we're going. Sorry, I was just I just hit record.
Now we're
Um,
live?
now we're live. Yeah, now we're live. Technical difficulties, as per always. Um, man, I haven't even posted the link to the stream in the socials. Give me a second. Welcome everyone to
Welcome
the
everyone who's not here because you don't know the stream is happening.
well, I'm gonna be posting a replay of this afterwards, so
Well, fair enough,
you
man.
can
Alright.
fucking fuck off, bitch.
Hello, future people.
Um, this is the second night of debates in the Canadian election, and we are live streaming fucking glorious commentary.
2 streams in a row? Who do these guys think they are?
Bro, back to
2
back.
2-month hiatus and then back-to-back streams?
Bro, we out here. We're fucking yo, my dentist says I grind at night, bro.
Okay, well, that's you need
Hold
to
on, let me just ping everyone in the Discord and fucking annoy them. Anyways, this is the coverage of the second debate. This one's in English, so no need for a translator. It's gonna be a lot easier to understand everyone, but it's also not gonna be easier to understand everyone because now they get to say their fucking word salads in English. So who's the real
Yeah,
loser
with
here?
emotion.
With emotion that we can actually understand and relate to.
Oh god. Maybe that's why yesterday's was so easy to listen to because it was just, like, monotone translators.
That too, I did notice actually though, like hats off to the translators. They were putting in work like using emotion. I noticed that at points like they were really trying to like match the intonation. Like those were the real winners of the debate. Hats off to the fucking translators. Like you can tell that they were trying to emote as the person who like as who they were. It's as if they were fucking acting as them, which is
Whenever
legendary.
Polyev looked at the camera, I could feel it, man. It was
Dude, I'm telling you, at moments I was like, his intonation is like actually like, he's trying to match his anger. Like, holy shit. All right, let me paste the YouTube link and the Rumble link. We're calling this one Canadian Election Special 2 Electric Boogaloo. That's the name of the stream. That's what we're going with. Perfect. All right. So for those that haven't watched it or missed it or what have you, um, essentially what happened after the debates was they had this round of questioning where every single candidate got asked by anyone that was approved by Elections Canada. I don't know what the actual standards are, but they allowed all these people to speak, and so some of the things that were asked of people was very poignant because a lot of the outlets that went into these lines are outlets like True North and Rebel News and also Juno News. And say what you want about how often they get the facts right or how sensationalist they are. In my opinion, like I don't know about you, James, but like in my opinion, they do the same service as like CBC and CTV and Global News, except they just don't have the prestige of like having fucking buildings or people across Canada in, these storied institutions where they get invited to yearly dinners to sit with the prime minister. Like it's just that like aspect of it isn't there because they're very new, and obviously the government doesn't fucking like them because they're among the only voices actually like pointing a finger, being like, "Hey, like the fuck are you guys doing? You're entrenching on people's rights." Or God knows what. Like they're quick to call out the government.
yeah. Well, like with the CBC, they don't have the financial incentive to, paste certain stories in a particular light.
Well, they've also kind of painted themselves into a corner because, I mean, essentially what they are now is hard left liberal talking points. And say what you want about like their ties or relationship to the um, Canadian Liberal party or whatever. Like, I mean, to me, that's all conjecture unless we actually see photos of people sitting down at dinners or like donating money to each other and that kind of stuff. Like, we can say that like they work for the government, but until there's conclusive proof, we can't really make that conclusion. But they sure are in favor of a lot of the same things that the government is in favor. Um, and they didn't seem to be giving Justin that much of a hard time throughout the whole thing, like talking about the affordability crisis as if it was like something happening to Canada and not something that Canada has walked itself into. Um, or the fact that they'll just give like fluff coverage to like actual, like legit, like breaking the law, like that's what our prime minister did during the SNC Lavalin scandal, during the trucker convoy. The Supreme Court ruled, or who was it? Um, CBC Watcher has it tagged on their timeline, the ruling. Let me see if I can find them. Yeah. Wait, no, hold on. No, that's the Wall Street Journal opinion. No, you remember that? You remember like when that ruling came down?
Yeah. I think they've simply deemed it unlawful. Like,
Yeah, they said it was an egregious.
excessive use of power or something.
Yeah, essentially that. And regardless of what they said, like it was absolutely an excess of power, and the media covered it as if it was a good thing that these people were getting trampled and that their bank accounts were getting frozen, and they gave
Well,
coverage
yeah,
to
because these people
Chrystia
shouldn't be
Freeland.
tolerated, right?
Yeah,
If you paint people as individuals who are evil, right wing, misogynistic racists who shouldn't be tolerated, I mean, what other story do you really have to go with at that point?
yeah. It says here
The truth?
they ruled that it was unreasonable, illegal, and violated charter rights. Like that's all I need to hear. Good enough for
Yeah,
me.
well,
Like, and we saw it. We saw it happen in real time, and the news decided to give out all this fluffy coverage. Um, when it couldn't have been further from the truth on what they were saying. So at least Rebel News and outlets like that were calling them out on it. Um, just like they've been calling them out on that whole story about finding 300 dead kids. And the reason I brought all that up was to bring this clip up of Jagmeet Singh dodging the question purposefully because he does not recognize the news outlet, which is so fucking arrogant. Like, look at this.
Your party takes pride in standing against hate such as white supremacy, Islamophobia, and online hate speech. Yet you stay silent about ongoing attacks against Christians, even after conservative MP Jamil Javani's order paper question revealed that over 200 churches have been targeted by arson and vandalism since claims of remains being discovered at former residential schools swept the nation in 2021. These claims have been disproven by bands that excavated and remain unproven by those that have not. Will you condemn the rise in acts of hate against Christians today and explain what your party will do moving forward to keep Christians safe from hate in Canada?
Again, thank you, but I'm not going to respond to an organization that promotes misinformation and disinformation like Rebel News. So, no, I'm not going to respond to your question.
Please keep the questions and answers short. We're just getting up to the time.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. Over 200 Christian places of worship have been attacked in Canada since 2021. Many served First Nations communities, many were historic, and they diverted police and resources and put others at risk. What do you say to Canadians who see your refusal to answer, especially from one of the few media outlets here that are not funded by the state, as proof that a vote for you is a vote for a dangerous radical party that gaslights the public into thinking it stands against hate when its silence is instead emboldening Christophobia?
Your question is another example of why I don't respond to agencies like Rebel News that promote misinformation and disinformation.
Cool.
okay. The,
So
the whole phrase of quote me on misinformation and disinformation, I can't stand that phrase anymore. Just those two words next to each other. It sounds like it's coming straight out of Trudeau's mouth.
Yeah. It's
Like
just
that's your only excuse. Like you're here to answer a question, and the question was valid. Both questions were valid. The second one was a little provocatorial, but I mean, if you're not going to answer my question, I might as well be direct. Provocatorial? Is that even a word? Provocative? There we go.
provocative.
Jesus Christ.
Let me actually I want to hear that last part.
The few media nations, communities, many were historic, and they answer, especially from one of the few media outlets here that are not funded by the state, as proof that a vote for you is a vote for a dangerous radical party that gaslights the public into thinking it stands against hate when its silence is instead emboldening Christophobia.
Your question is another.
So what she's basically saying is that the fact that you're refusing to answer this question from the only non-state media funded entity speaks more to your silence and your refusal to actually acknowledge the problem, because that was the main characteristic, like that was the main trait of the people that were talking about, you know, the churches burning at the time. And the main complaint that people had was that, like, why is it that it took you so long to, number one, talk about this, and two, you didn't go far enough in terms of actually discussing what's wrong and what we should do to stop that. Maybe, I don't know, offer some additional CSIS agents or what have you. Like, I don't know. You guys just kind of ignored it, and she's just pointing that out. And like, how do you think it looks for you to not answer my question?
Yeah.
That's basically what she's asking. Like, why would you expect people to vote for you if this is your behavior? And if we're going to use words like Islamophobia and homophobia and all that, fine, we'll use Christophobia. Like, she's playing at his game, basically. Yeah. And that wasn't even just the only question. Oh, this is a great one. Talking about the trans thing with Carney.
Alex Sultan with True North. If you thought my friend's question was odd, you're gonna love this one.
I'm glad you self-assessed that. Okay.
How many genders are there?
Oh, jeez.
There, in terms of sex, there are two. Thank you.
My follow-up question then: do you believe that women, biological women, have the right to their own spaces, their own sports, their own change rooms, their own prisons, their own homeless shelters?
I think this is Canada.
Oh, is it?
Oh, boy.
That, as a general objective, yes. But we work in where we value all Canadians for who they are, and we'll continue to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, merci.
Woo, boy.
Dodging bullets out here, boy.
Bro, I'm after all that salad, I'm so full.
Are you? Because I'm not satiated at all.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta love it, man. Talking for the sake of talking.
So yeah, that's that. So that's that.
Yeah. Oh man, that reminds me. Should have picked up some beers on the way home. Should have played that drinking game to see how many times Jagmeet Singh brings up healthcare.
Yeah, it's well, you would probably, I'd have to like call the fucking ambulance for you at that point then. Because I mean, let's be real, like that's, bro, are you kidding me?
Guy doesn't shut up about it.
Yeah, that would be insane. You would literally die, dude. I would have grave concerns for you.
I don't know. I could make it. Maybe I could sue Jagmeet for it. Or maybe no. It's dude. The healthcare will save me.
Oh, true, dude. Jagmeet
His
fucking
programs.
His fucking programs, dude.
His programs about programs, man.
He's gonna make it happen. In any case, so there's all those questions. It was, yeah, there's a ton of them. He also refused to answer a question regarding online censorship.
You are not not allowed to go back to India because your political opinions have been judged to be unacceptable. And yet in Canada, you support censorship of things that you consider to be unacceptable, especially via online censorship. You even refuse to respond to questions with journalists that you disagree with, like you have just said so. So I assume that according to you, we should be punished in one way or another. So how are you any different than authoritarian politicians that you would imprison for their ideas? Well, there's another example as to why I refuse to answer questions by Rebel News, because you
Oh my
promote
God.
disinformation, and your question shows this quite well.
He's not
Okay.
allowed in India.
You are not
Let's find out.
allowed to go back.
Whoops. Let's find out. Jagmeet Singh's ability to return to India safely is complicated by his history of tensions with the Indian government and his advocacy for Sikh causes, because he's Sikh. While there's no explicit mention of direct threats to his life, several factors raise concerns. He's been denied entry to India twice due to his criticism. India has consistently rejected Singh's allegations, including recent claims of Indian diplomats collaborating with criminal elements in Canada, calling them preposterous and politically motivated. He's attended events with pro-Khalistan activists and endorsed motions supporting Sikh sovereignty, which India views as extremist. India's government has accused him of promoting divisive agendas and undermining the territorial integrity. Following Canada's expulsion of Indian diplomats and RCMP allegations of Indian involvement in violence targeting Sikh Canadians, relations between the two countries are strained. And so on and so forth. Okay, so he's legit just basically, not allowed in India.
He's not allowed in India.
Cool. That's cool. All right, so learning a lot of new facts today. Alrighty.
Man, I'd rather have the Quebec guy be prime minister than Jagmeet Singh.
At this point. Okay, so that was that. Sorry,
that would be terrifying.
I'm juggling a couple things here. There was a bunch of these clips, but we should get into the debate. We've been going for a little bit now. Where essentially, like as we said towards the end of that stream there, or at least I said, it didn't feel like there was really anything of substance talked about. No mention of COVID. No actual mention of what we're going to do with all these immigrants. Like no mention of deportation or what that's going to look like when all these visas dry up. How about the monopolization? How about Hudson Bay Company? Like when he was talking about Canadian heritage, it would have been a great moment to be like, hey, here's this brand that's dying. And to prevent other businesses in Canada from dying in the same way, what are you guys planning on doing? It's great that they want to like start all these programs and get all this new shit in, but it's like that there's already people that have businesses that are barely fucking making it.
Yeah.
Like, let's talk. Like, why didn't he mention? Oh, remember how many private businesses closed down in Canada during COVID? Like, no mention of that. Like those that have completely shuttered and never reopened. No attention paid to that. So these questions were kind of like an opportunity for people to ask that, which is great. I'm all for it. But let's get into the actual real debate, which began not too long ago. Just pause this music.
A bit of the photo opportunity. So Lori, as this kind of rolls in front of people at home, just very quickly take a listen. You see there Steve Paikin shaking their hands.
Steve Paikin.
The debate. Steve Paikin.
He's a great guy.
Journalist in Ontario, anchor with TV Ontario. Laurie, what do you think in terms of changes, potential changes, things you're going to be watching out for this evening?
Well, I think it's certainly a huge moment for Polyev. I think it's absolutely a make or break moment for Jagmeet Singh. I think he's looking at I think a really, really difficult set of losses, and I honestly, at the risk of sounding like a wet blanket, I don't know that there's really anything he can do in this debate that's going to change his fate all that much. I don't think that debates are built that way anymore. These are not the kinds of exchanges that we're going to see, that impassioned, you had an option, sir, kind of moment. These are so highly scripted and so rehearsed, and I think this is just the way things are. This is not just about debates. This is about the way political communication works these days. There is a huge need to avoid any kind of mistakes, so then that turns into a certain kind of communication. It's gonna, it will be interesting to see what happens. I think for Carney, he's in the lead. In some ways, I think it's going to be a real challenge for him. Even though I take what the polls are saying, it'd be very, very unusual, a lot to see a swing in the direction enough that it would change things. But I think he's got to keep this kind of, he's the thing not like the others. He's got to keep the focus on the economic uncertainty, and he is the only one that's going to be able to deal with it.
Eric, what would
So
you say?
fear?
Well, last night to me felt like a bit of a status quo debate.
So fear?
Safe, trying to achieve
Just straight fear.
They're very modest goals. Nobody really hit it out of the park there. And that's not going to do it tonight. It'll do it for Mark Carney because he's leading and he's the front runner. But the other leaders do.
I am your
want to do
savior.
something exceptional. And for Pierre Poilievre, when I think about the debate last night, he kind of faded into the background a little bit. He needs to be much more.
What?
Himself on the debate, kind of
He doesn't have to be.
He didn't do that.
He doesn't have to be vocal. He's won. It doesn't matter. And he knows it.
And it's just for Mark Carney, a draw is a win for him tonight, and so he can play it safe.
Yeah,
Oh my God, they're just treading water for him.
Though, because,
Yeah.
Again, last night was a French language debate. Of course, there are Franco-Canadians right across the country, but of particular importance in Quebec, given the number of seats in Quebec, given the number of Francophone voters in Quebec. And if Pierre Poilievre wants to form government, arguably he needs to do better than the polls are predicting he's going to do in Quebec right now. He's now facing the leaders once again in the English language debate. What's the potential to turn things around? Is government even a potential for the Conservatives at this point, given, as you said, not a lot of impact or change that
They're already calling it.
Debate last night.
The odds are always potentially there. We can't say that something spectacular can't happen tonight when it comes to the Conservatives. But in Quebec, you could play it safe because their ceiling was maybe an extra 2 or 3 seats. In the English language debate, it's everything for the Conservatives. They need to not only win a handful of seats, they need to swing 40, 50, 60 seats in Ontario, based on where the polls are right now. They need to swing a dozen seats in British Columbia. They need to do a lot. And for Pierre Poilievre, the French language debate might have been a good opportunity to shore up the support that he has in Quebec. It's one of the places where they have more support than they did in the last election. But tonight, it really is that he probably can't lose the election tonight, but he can win it tonight. But if he does it, again, it would be the kind of thing that we'll talk about in decades to come. So, are we in for that kind of thing
What
or not?
the
One of
fuck?
these historic evenings, I guess we'll find out.
See, none of you are going to leave now.
Why are they setting it up as if it's like some historic, like...
What we're watching out for here. But
What?
Let's break down that a little bit more, though, Eric, because regionally, from my understanding, the Liberals clearly have the lead in Atlantic Canada right now. Clearly have the lead.
Can we skip this? This is actually just annoying.
Will
Oh my God, how much of this is there?
Men for the Liberals, that's usually a very strong sign because they tend to do better.
Jesus Christ, we would have been sitting here for another fucking 10 minutes. Oh my God. Okay, no, I'm sorry, before we start. Yo, these news people have to do this the whole day? They just sit there and talk in this fucking nonsense language? What the fuck is this shit? Put on the Wiggles at that point. Like, why are you forcing people to sit through your banal political analysis? Oh, Pierre Poilievre, really, there's got to be a moonshot here. Like, what? What are you talking about? You're kidding me, right?
Yeah,
That's fucking wild.
I don't know. I don't watch like election coverage on the news a lot, so maybe I'm just not used to it. But like that is just one of the most retarded
Well,
things I ever had to sit through in my life.
we're talking about our biases, and they're sitting here being like, "Oh, you know, Carney, he's currently ahead in the polls, and Polyev, he was kind of in the shadows." They went from Polyev is in the shadows to Polyev is going to lose this.
Yeah, they're saying that like, oh,
What?
it's if he does win, it's one of those things we'll look back on in 10 years. Like
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
And
Anyways,
I'm not even saying that like from a position of arrogance, is like as if in like I know that Pierre is gonna win. I'm saying that from a position of
we can't be objective about these things.
you're the news people.
Yeah.
And you just keep talking about these fucking polls, and like did we not have a huge fucking freak out only a couple months back when conservatives won previously like liberal dominant ridings? Did that not happen? Like they're not even mentioning
Mm.
it at all, or the turnout to the rallies, or how many young people are actually going like conservative, and the direction of men overall as a general trend over the last like decade has been more conservative. I don't get it. Like this, do they not recognize that this is the vibe? Is this like our version of fucking of the 2016 election? Is that what this is?
That's what it feels like.
This is just very strange how like not anal but so they're so renounced in their position. They're fully like, yeah, it's a bro pipe dream. Are you serious? This guy's not fucking. They might as well have just said that. I would have been like, oh, okay. Like
Yeah, yeah. They
instead of
might as well
trying,
come on and been like, "Yo, brother, this man is cooked." And I was like, "What?"
instead of trying to like dress it up in some fucking like weird like lingo, just using all these expressive
Oh,
words.
ha
Like
ha ha! We're having fun and laughing together.
I, yeah, I don't fucking know, man. In any case,
Anyways,
let's get into it.
the NPCs over here.
To the following. No notes. Answer the questions. Stay on theme. Stay on time. How much each leader speaks will be counted on these clocks, visible to the leaders
Jagmeet
and
is
you at
last.
home. This is the
Where he belongs.
2025 Federal Leaders Debate. Well, welcome, leaders. Good to be with you here tonight in Montreal for what I'm sure will be a memorable evening. Our first theme is tariffs and threats to Canada, and we will begin with a round of questions. You will each have a minute to answer, and then we'll go to open debate, and the first question goes to Mr. Carney. Okay, what is the starting point for negotiations, Mr. Carney, with the United States if, as you have stated, our relationship with the U.S. is over as we know it?
Well, first, Steve, may I thank you and also thank fellow leaders for their service to Canada.
Something you mentioned
people at home
yesterday.
for taking the time to watch. I just want to underscore the premise to your question, because I think the relationship that we've had with the United States, relationship over the course of almost the last 4 decades, which has been one of steady and increasing integration, has fundamentally changed because the president is looking to fundamentally restructure the trading system. So the starting point has to be one of strength. It has to show that we have control of our own economic destiny, has to have a clear plan here at home to build this economy, to diversify our trading partners with like-minded countries, and also has to have a position of strength in terms of our reaction to the U.S. unjustified tariffs. And that's why we have put in place counter tariffs that have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here at home.
Mr. Polyev, would you do anything differently?
Well, first of all, thank you, Steve, and thank you to our fellow contestants here today. It's an honor to be here.
Contestants?
Well, I'll start by what I would do.
It's a good word for
I
it.
think we do need to counter the American tariffs with our own to deter this economic aggression. We must make clear that we will always be sovereign and independent.
Always.
What are we doing differently? Well, we need to be in a position of strength. The Liberal government has weakened our economy with anti-energy laws, red tape, and high taxes that have driven $500 billion out of our country into the United States and made us incapable of shipping our resources overseas. That weakness threatens our ability to stand up for ourselves. So what I do, I would cut taxes, red tape, and approve our resource projects so that we can get our goods to market and bring home the jobs, so we stand up to President Trump from a position of strength.
Mr. Singh, you get the next question. Can we trust the United States to work with us on matters such as Arctic sovereignty and defense policy?
I think we've seen, first of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you for tuning in, and thanks for the question, Steve. We've seen,
Nice catch.
For a lot of people, it feels like a betrayal when we look at the United States. I grew up in a border town. I grew up in Windsor, and we saw how connected.
I do my own grocery shopping.
And as a community,
I chop my own firewood.
Side of the border, worked on the other.
Me, man.
People traveled back and forth all the time. We're in the automotive capital of Canada, and we knew how important it was to be able to build cars in Canada. But we saw that those cars went back and forth across the border. Seeing what Donald Trump did to attack Canada in this unprovoked way without any justification really felt like a betrayal. And so Canadians now are right to say, well, we don't really trust Donald Trump at this point, and we can't really have a lot of faith in him. So when it comes to our Arctic sovereignty and our security, we need to make decisions that are in our best interest and no longer be so dependent and so reliant on the U.S. And that's what I would advocate for, making sure we are resilient, independent, and less dependent on the United States.
Monsieur Blanc.
Right, but how? It's
I have
great
a
that
program.
I know. I'm sure he has concepts of a plan. I understand that, but anyways,
I thunk it once in bed.
that's what it sounds like. That's exactly what it sounds like.
Shit.
Blanchet, for you, what supports would you want to see for industries affected by tariffs, many, of course, of which are in Quebec?
Many of them. First, be all welcome in Quebec and Montreal. You have me because I try not to speak English in Montreal. However, I think we should never underestimate the threat that
how
Mr.
blasphemous.
Trump poses on Quebec economy and Canada economy and Mexico economy. But we must acknowledge the fact that the economy of Quebec is built differently. The challenges are not the same. The necessity for Quebec to have at least partly its own voice in the negotiation is important. The difference between Quebec and Canada is very important in terms of economy, but also in terms of identity and language and values and who we are and the way we want to handle immigration. So we have the right to be different, and if this difference is being respected by whoever becomes Prime Minister of Canada, we will be reliable partners in order to achieve the best possible negotiation and protect ourselves and our economies as.
Dude, Quebec is its own country right now.
Okay, we now move into open debate.
Jesus Christ.
He literally talks like the king of Quebec.
Do you still support dollar-for-dollar tariffs,
Yep.
even if they ultimately threaten Canadian jobs and businesses?
No, and in fact, we've already moved off from dollar-for-dollar tariffs. We have to recognize, and I think we all
Yeah, 'cause we can't
agree
keep
that
up.
the United States economy is more than 10 times the size of the Canadian economy. And the principle in terms of our counter tariffs is to have maximum impact in the United States, as I said a moment ago, minimum.
Sorry, I don't want to skip ahead. I kind of fell into my own head and didn't hear the question fully.
That's fair.
And our economies to achieve the.
And then we Blanchet, okay. Do you still support dollar-for-dollar tariffs, even if they ultimately threaten Canadian jobs and businesses?
No, and in fact, we've already moved off from dollar-for-dollar tariffs. We have to recognize, and I think we all do, the United States economy is more than 10 times the size of the Canadian economy. And the principle in terms of our counter tariffs is to have maximum impact in the United States, as I said a moment ago, minimum impact here. So we have to think about the impact on Canadian businesses. I'll give you one example, if I may. In the auto sector, the way we've designed those auto tariffs is that Canadian automakers, if they maintain production here, if they maintain their investments here, when I say Canadian automakers, I mean automakers that have jobs and plants and production in Canada, then they can have lower tariffs on what they ship to the United States. We create a huge incentive for them in order to do that. We also have carved out the Canadian auto parts sector. Last point, I know you're pressed for time, the Canadian auto parts sector, so that it can remain competitive with the United States. We're focused on maximizing Canadian jobs, maximizing the harm in the U.S., so that we get them where we need them.
Mr. Poilievre, you want in, then Mr. Singh.
Well, Mr. Carney, you claim that you want our country to respond with strength, but after the last decade, half of which time you've been Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, our economy is weaker than ever before. It's been the worst growth in the G7. We've lost $500 billion of investment south of the border.
Yep.
You supported blocking pipelines in Canada that gave Donald Trump and the U.S. a near monopoly over our energy. And now you want to keep in place Bill C-69, the liberal no new development law that blocks us from shipping our resources overseas. How could you possibly think it's a good idea to give the Americans a continued monopoly on our energy projects when you have seen how much these liberal policies have weakened our country over the last decade?
Let Mr. Carney respond, and then Mr. Singh.
Sure. If I may, yes. So let's go to my record. My record is a month long as Prime Minister. And this
Oh, God.
is the heart of coming to the Americans with strength, but doing the right thing for Canada. Within the first week as Prime Minister, I sat down with all the premiers of the provinces and territories, as well as the leaders of the Indigenous peoples. Got an agreement with all the provinces and territories, doesn't happen very often, got an agreement for them to have one Canadian economy instead of 13, first point. Secondly, to commit the federal government to do its part by Canada Day, so free trade in Canada by Canada Day. Thirdly, the federal government to commit with respect to project reviews.
The question was about pipelines.
I'm getting to it. Thirdly, one project, one review, and relying
That's
on
not possible
provincial.
under
Yes, it is
C-69.
possible under. It is possible on our system.
No,
it
it's
is
not.
the
It's
impact
banned under
assessment.
C-69.
It is agreed on under the impact assessment framework, and we have a cooperation agreement with British Columbia already. We're looking forward to them with the other provinces. We will move forward.
Got to let
jump in on this.
Mr. Singh's turn, please.
Of course, we agree around having a strategic response to the United States. But what I'm concerned about is what we're doing here in Canada. We are already seeing threats to our country in that just the threats alone of the tariffs have meant Canadians have lost their jobs. The threats of the tariffs that are in place right now, the impact of those tariffs is that we've lost jobs in steel, aluminum, and the auto sector. People are already losing their jobs. And while, Mr. Carney, you had time, as you mentioned, not very long time, but as Prime Minister, you showed us your priorities. The first thing you did is you had traveled, you made a tax cut for millionaires, which was reversing on the capital gains. So you gave a tax cut to millionaires, but you didn't have time to increase the amount that workers get on EI. Right now, workers who are struggling and wondering, what am I going to do if I lose my job? Workers who've lost their job are saying, how do I pay my bills when EI only covers half of a worker's salary? Maybe 40 years ago that would have worked, but right now most workers are spending their entire salary just to pay the bills, to pay their mortgage and their rent, and to put food on the table. So EI is not good enough, and it shows Canadians that you didn't make it a priority to protect those that are impacted by these tariffs, that are threatened because their jobs are lost.
We have not heard from Monsieur Blanchet yet in this segment, so please.
Yeah, Mr. Carney, you are becoming a real Canadian leader, saying one thing in French and another one in English. You said in British Columbia in February that you would force oil and gas through pipelines through Quebec, either we wanted it or not. You would use emergency powers in order to do so. And 2 days later in Montreal, you said that you would never do that without the approval of Quebec. What's the point of using emergency powers if you do have the agreement of Quebec? However, I do agree with you. It's important to be very strong in front of Mr. Trump. However, I would keep the dollar for dollar policy. Don't be weak in front of Mr. Trump. And those counter tariffs have to be targeted. You have put out already $2 billion for Ontario auto industry, car industry, and the lumberwood industry in Quebec has already paid to United States $2 billion, and you have not raised one finger in order to help us.
Let's get from Mr. Poliev and then
Wow.
Mr. Carney.
Well, Mr. Carney refused to answer the question about pipelines. Just the other day, he said that he doesn't necessarily think we need to build pipelines. Let me tell you what that means. Right now, the Americans get 97% of our oil, 100% of our natural gas exports at big discounts. We have to send Canadian oil from Western Canada through the States just to get it back to Quebec because we don't have a pipeline. And now there's this law, liberal law C-69, which effectively bans pipelines. The 14 biggest energy and resource companies say it has to go if we're ever going to build another project. And I asked Mr. Carney why he would keep in place this anti-pipeline law that effectively empowers Donald Trump to have a total monopoly on our single biggest export. Why would you not repeal this liberal law? Isn't it because you are exactly in the same line as Justin Trudeau and the rest of the Liberal team that is now making up your cabinet?
Let's get a response.
Well, let me pick up a couple of points that have been made. The first thing I did as Prime Minister was to cut the carbon tax. That's the first thing. Second thing is made a commitment that all proceeds from our tariffs will go to workers and those companies most affected. There were several points raised.
Nothing so far.
If I may, Mr. Steve, if I may go first, I'll try to do it quickly because several points raised.
Oh boy.
All proceeds go to workers and the firms most effective, and those proceeds are considerable. Third thing, I'm interested in solutions. I'm interested in getting energy infrastructure built. That means pipelines, that means carbon capture storage, that means electricity grids. And here's how you do it. And we've already moved in the first month. Cooperation agreements with the provinces. Guess what? We are a federation. You need to cooperate with Quebec. You need to cooperate with the provinces. You need to get First Nations and Indigenous people buy-in. You can do that through the one project, one review window that we put in place at that first ministers' meeting, as well as, if necessary, using emergency powers to fulfill the federal responsibility, but not the unique.
Mr. Poilievre, you want to come back on that?
What you're saying, Mr. Carney, with respect, is a total contradiction. The No New Development Law, C-69, guarantees there will not be one-stop shop because it requires the Government of Canada to actually duplicate
what Mr. Poilievre is saying is that have no rules, have no regulation,
have one
have no controls over any energy.
What?
We just got to let him finish his sentence. Let's just let him finish his sentence.
That is not true. In fact, Mr. Singh, the reality is we should have strong rules enforced once. We shouldn't have multiple levels of referral that it takes now 17 years to get a major project approved in this country. That is why in the last 10 years we've had the worst economic growth in the entire G7. We cannot afford a fourth liberal term. We need a change, and the Conservative plan for a change will include repealing the anti-pipeline law so we can get our energy to markets other than the United States.
Mr. Singh, then Mr. Carney.
While these two compete about who's more pro-pipeline, I think what we need to do is, it's clear. The Liberals bought a pipeline. They built a pipeline. I don't know what Pierre is complaining about. That's what they did. I think what we need to do, if we're talking about energy in our country, we need to build an east-west grid. Let's use our power as a nation to build a national project that creates good jobs, that strengthens us for the future, where we connect the low-cost energy from jurisdictions and provinces across this beautiful land and have low-cost energy for businesses, for people, so we can build a stronger economy. That's the energy of the future that we need.
Mr. Carney.
3 quick points.
Just before we continue, Singh is really jumping down his throat. Like, that was aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
That was really fucking aggressive. Like, just trying to go after every point. He's like, oh, you really love the environment now, huh? Oh, well, what about the pipelines? He's just like, he's just grasping at anything he can get.
Yeah. Well, he knows he's not winning, so he's just become this, like, vicious attack dog. Like, I feel like his attitude has gone out the window.
Yeah, just within the first minute, like, dude, relax. There's like 2 hours to this. What the fuck?
First, the pipeline built, yes, TMX built. That's why oil exports up 50% over the course of the last few years. Secondly,
I don't think
Mr. Singh is absolutely right about the east-west grid interconnections, which is part of the energy.
He's trying to get him off his back.
Opportunities for
oh
we
God!
need to be able to do more than one thing. Third point, fundamental point. We can give ourselves far more than Donald Trump can ever take away. If we have one Canadian economy, not 13, and if we just look at that agreement we got with the provinces, look at what Ontario and Nova Scotia have just announced in terms of their steps towards this, this is within our grasp.
Monsieur Blanchet, what should we be prepared to concede in our negotiations with the United States?
I want to be back to something that Mr. Carney said. You can't do something and the opposite, and you can't fill people's mind with nonsense. Quebec has, by law, its own environmental review institution, and you cannot, through a federal decision, even through a Quebec government decision, go over the BAP, as we call it. If the BAP says no, it's
No, I know.
Je sais.
Good. I know,
Let's
but this
keep
is
that in mind.
This is the point. This is, if I may, this is the point. The federal government can do the following, which is to take the decision to abide by the decision of the Quebec BAP. That is within the federal government's power. That is known as cooperative federalism. That's what we need
And
to
do
do.
you understand one other point
This is
fast?
what we need. If we, I mean, this is what we need to do in a crisis.
Bref Moïse, and then Mr. Polyev.
Yeah. The building of those pipelines will take at least 10 to 14 years. Mr. Trump will be 90 years old, not president no more, and somebody of course less terrible will be there before you can even dream of having oil through this pipeline of yours.
We're less than a minute to go. Mr. Polyev, I promised you next.
Listen, after the last 10 years of liberals blocking pipelines and killing jobs,
Sounds wild when you
we
say that.
actually
Sounds like-
actually need to get things
That makes
done.
sense.
We need a change, and
What
our
the
conservative plan for
fuck?
change
Jesus.
will repeal the No New Pipelines law. It will create a true one-stop shop, set up shovel-ready zones with pre-permitting so that we can approve LNG liquefaction export plants, mines, pipelines, nuclear plants, and also
said no to that.
hydroelectric dams so that we can generate the power we need to be strong, self-reliant, and stand on our own 2 feet for a change.
Last quick word to Mr. Carney.
Okay, quick word. Bringing it back to what we were talking about, which is tariffs, the threats to Canada, how to negotiate. We need these options. We need these options to build domestically, to build one Canadian economy. We need to act. We need to diversify our trade partners.
And that is
will
our
give us
time in this
strength to
segment.
the US.
That is our time. Okay, you know my job tonight. I got to be the heavy guy here every now and then, making sure everybody comes to time. And I'm keeping an eye as well on making sure that everybody gets rough justice over here. That concludes our first section and our first debate. Up next, affordability and the cost of living.
If this is how the debate is gonna go, I don't know, man.
Housing construction will lower your bills, build homes you can actually afford.
Let's just see what happens.
A big, powerful bring it home tax cut on
No, I mean I'm gonna watch it, but Jesus Christ, man.
and home building.
It's just.
Okay, leaders, same idea. One-on-one questions followed by open debate format. And Mr. Polyev, you get the first question this time. Many provinces, including some provinces with conservative governments, have ambitious housing targets, none of which have been met. Why do you think your housing plan will be any different?
Let me start by talking to the young people of the nation and those who are aspiring to home ownership. You know, it was only 10 years ago you could buy an average house for $450,000. But in the last lost liberal decade, housing costs have doubled, rising faster than in any country in the G7. And so now our youth cannot afford a home, and our seniors are worried about being evicted. We can't afford a fourth liberal term of rising housing costs. We need a change. And our conservative plan for change will, 1, axe the federal sales tax on new homes. 2, incentivize municipalities to cut their construction taxes to bring houses down in cost by $100,000. 3, sell off federal land for homes. And 4, train up 350,000 young trades workers who can help build those homes. Because you deserve a home, and we're going to make it happen for a change.
Also on the issue of affordability, Mr. Singh, you get the next question. How do you bring down grocery prices in the midst of a trade war?
By doing your own groceries.
I appreciate the question. This is
He hasn't talked in so long.
They're really feeling squeezed from the cost of living. That's one of the top things that people tell me about. People are saying, I can't afford to buy groceries. Every time I go to the grocery store, it's just ongoing worry.
Because I buy my own groceries.
This feeling of anxiety that can I actually afford the things that my family needs?
Oh, I'm sure you feel the anxiety.
Homes. I think those are the two biggest things I hear. So we can do things about this. Other countries have taken concrete steps. We can put in a price cap on food essentials. France has done it. Greece has done it to great success. It's brought down the cost of food significantly.
Whoa.
We can also ban
Price capping means that the government is stepping in and saying that the price can't go above or below a certain level, which means that if there's any fluctuations in the supply or the demand, the government doesn't account for it, and then that's how you get shortages and rationing. Or suppliers simply pulling out of that market and no longer making that product. Dude, that's fucking communism. That's literally a communist policy.
Jesus.
That is no, but like that, like
I was unaware of that.
price fixing is like literally that is an
Oh,
actual
yeah, yeah, yeah.
policy that was
Yeah.
pushed by the Soviet Union and fully embraced by them in a lot of like huge sections of their market. Like that's why they were fucking making shovels with fucking airplane grade steel. Their economy was just fucked. It was everybody trying to manage it on paper instead of letting people make selfish decisions and let the market manage itself. This guy's literally advocating for communist policies. What the fuck?
Corporate landlords from buying up the affordable homes to keep homes that are affordable. We can make things better for Canadians, but it requires
What?
having the
So if corporate don't,
It's
if
already affordable. How can you? What? All right.
if corporate landowners aren't going to be the ones that are doing it, then who? No, but who? Like the apartment building that I lived in is part of a chain. It's part of a chain of other apartments. Every single like property is like just except unless it's private residential, it's owned by a corporation.
Yeah.
So like, does he mean like investment banks or like those hedge funds that buy out houses to rent to people? Like, okay, sure, but are you saying do you want to stop like private home ownership for companies? What the fuck?
the courage to take on the powerful corporations that are ripping you off, that are price gouging you. And we know that price gouging is one of the major reasons why food prices are going up. You're never going to hear Pierre Poilievre or Mr. Carney talk about the fact that these are the corporations
Thank you,
ripping you
Mr.
off.
Singh. That's fine. Mr. Blanchet, I want to ask you about old age security, which will soon cost this country $100 billion annually. We understand you would like to expand it. How would you pay for that?
We would want it to be just for everybody because the Liberals have created a discrimination against elders which are 65 to 75 years old, having 10% less income from federal government than those who are over 75. But the best way to do it is to have everybody pay its fair share in terms of tax, which means that one should not be entitled to hide money in fiscal paradise in order not to pay him or his clients or friends, not to pay billions of dollars in taxes that could be used to help the situation of elders.
Bro, he's calling out Carney.
Things which are supposed to be applied to everybody. There are a lot of questions to be answered about that. Other ways to do it is to reduce the pressure on housing price to make sure that the whole budget of elders and families and workers can afford houses which have increased dramatically in price.
Merci, Monsieur Blanchet. That's time for this one. Mr. Carney, I want to ask you about housing, which over the past decade has gone from a problem to a crisis while the Liberals were in power. Is your policy on getting homes built any different from your predecessors, and how?
This is one of the reasons why I entered this contest. Because of the housing crisis, the cost of living crisis, the housing crisis, and the Trump crisis.
Because I caused it and I want to solve it.
Yeah. No, he's our savior. He's the only one who can solve it.
We need a fundamentally different approach. We need to build housing at a rate that we haven't seen since the end of the Second World War. We do need a fundamentally different approach. And with the fundamentally different approach, we can build an entirely new industry. So the question is how? Now, Mr. Poilievre and I agree on some things. Okay? I agree as well on reducing the tax on first-time home purchases as a way to buy. But I am focused on increasing the supply of homes and doing that in a way that uses Canadian technology and modular prefabricated housing, that uses Canadian lumber, including in reinforced timber, and uses Canadian workers. And in all respects, we're scaling up to double the rate of home building.
Thank you, Mr.
Hey, you know what would be great for the housing market is if we kicked out all the people whose visas are about to expire. That's a great way to like instantly cool the market because you literally have less people in your country.
How's about there's a lot of houses on the market? That's weird.
How's about that? How's about we start with that? How's about we make landlords fucking make them bite the bullet because some of them are literally renting out 6 people to a fucking basement and make them actually have affordable rents. How about that? How's about we kick all these people out whose visas are about to end and hunt them down? I'm serious. Hunt them down. No, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Like, what are they going to do? How many of these people are coming in with papers that are traceable in any way, shape, or form? Like, I haven't heard a single politician, not even Pierre, on the conservative side, talk about how they're going to enable CSIS and RCMP and whomever, like CBSA, Canadian Border Services Agency, to track all these people down and get them out of the country. Because that's the problem. It's not that like, oh, bad fiscal policy has led us here. It's like, sure, part of it, but another part of it is that we've fucking increased our population by like 10 million.
Yeah.
You got to get these fucking people out of here. Like, there's no question. Like, sorry, the government lied to you. You know, lesson learned. And also, a lot of you came on false pretenses, going to fucking fake colleges and shit, never attending class. Doing God knows what, working, I guess, even though you have like a limit on how much you can work as a student.
We made an oopsie whoopsie. Fuck off.
I mean that, but also like I said, like there's people that have come over here with genuine intentions and they want to be part of Canada and they want to like get into the culture and stay here and build a life and eventually bring their family. Like, okay, fine. That's the ideal, that these people assimilate and they become Canadians. But how many of them are not here for that ideal? It seems like a good chunk. It's not zero.
No,
it isn't.
Literally in the millions.
Yeah, like is it really any is it any surprise that this is also correlated with a rise in crime and auto thefts and all these other issues? Like what? Anyways.
Mr. Carney, that's time. We now move to open forum here. And Mr. Singh, you get the first comment. Many of you have pledged to cut the GST on many aspects of buying a home. And Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, would you cut the GST on anything else in order to make life more affordable?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm the only one on this stage that fought to give people a GST holiday. Interestingly, while the GST holiday helps working class folks, middle class folks by taking off the GST off essentials, the Conservatives under Pierre Poilievre voted against that. They opposed the...
Wait, he's talking about that holiday that was like for a month in between December and January?
I think so.
The same one where like a bunch of businesses were like it would take too much effort to change these systems, to hire consultants and to deal with all of this, so we're not even going to abide by them. It was totally opt-in.
That is correct.
Like if you have a top-down government, that that kind of system works because you just force businesses at the press of a button. But in the free market, when people can make decisions, like they don't necessarily have to abide by that. So who does that really help? And where are the businesses now? Like that GST is gone. It's like, okay, the whole source of tax revenue is gone because of that. So how are you going to make up for that shortfall? Okay. I guess.
The idea of giving people, actual folks that need help, a tax break and would rather give millionaires a tax break, which shows you whose side he's on, which is not surprising. But what is surprising that Mr. Carney also said that giving people a break on their GST is a bad idea. Mr. Carney, why do you think giving a tax break to capital gains folks that earn more than $1 million is a good idea, but helping a family afford their groceries, helping people afford their bills for their internet, their cell phone, their home heating, giving them relief to take the GST off those is a bad idea, but giving a tax break to people who really only earn over more than $1.4 million, that's somehow a good idea.
Okay, you went...
Mr. Carney, how do you feel about shooting puppies in the head? Mr. Carney, how do you feel about drowning newborns?
The most loaded question you've ever heard in your life.
Mr. Carney, how do you feel about...
Hey, come step on this landmine.
Mr. Carney, how do you feel about gassing the Jews? like what the fuck, dude?
This is the biggest trap I've ever seen in my life.
So I'm going to give him the first shot to respond.
Well, Mr. Carney, the reality is that housing costs doubled under the Liberal government. While Justin Trudeau made exactly the same promises that you are now repeating today. He promised that he would double home building. In fact, home building went down. He promised that he'd reduce the cost. In fact, it went up. And here we are. Mark Carney is asking for a fourth Liberal term repeating the exact same liberal promises that priced you out of a house. Just a few weeks ago, before the election, the Liberals voted against taking the GST off new homes, and they have continued to build up bureaucracies that block construction. We need a change so that you can afford a home, and our change will be, again, to axe the sales tax on new homes, incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development costs. Train up 350,000 young people who can be in the trades to build those homes and sell off the land that is going to be needed in order to build homes. That is a real plan for you to own a home and afford your life for a change.
Mr. Carney, they're coming at you from both sides. What do you say?
Okay. I know
Nice save.
it may be difficult, Mr. Polyev. You spent years running against Justin Trudeau on the carbon tax, and they're both gone. Okay, they're both gone. And we're in a new
impersonation.
Yeah, the Liberals are clean now.
Very different. Look, I'm a very different person from Justin Trudeau. Focus is on results.
Were you his
and so
economic
how
advisor?
to drive results in the housing market?
Answer the question.
Change the model of building. You've got to increase the financing for housing developers. $25 billion on the table for those housing developers. $10 billion for deeply affordable homes.
Deeply
Cutting
affordable.
development charges in half, lowering the cost of the building of those homes by 20%, and lowering the emissions and the run costs of those homes by another 20%. This is how you drive affordability. This is how you bring young people back into the housing market.
Exactly what Trudeau and then Mr. Singh.
You claim to be very different from Mr. Trudeau. Now, the point is to show that you are any better than Mr. Trudeau. You claim to have a lot of experience in many things, and you know things. Last time we had somebody saying that they knew things, it was the senators, and they killed the law that protected supply management because they knew better than us and were elected by nobody, exactly like you are today. You say you are a great crisis manager. Which one? I heard of nothing. As far as I know, Brexit happened, even if you were against it. You say you are a great negotiator. What have you negotiated but fiscal paradises in Bermudas or Cayman Islands? You have to prove something, and you have to reveal what you own in those companies if you want people to believe you.
Mr. Singh, you wanted it.
Yes, returning to the topic of housing. Now, it's very important, obviously.
Bro,
we need to
fix
build
your
homes that
throat.
people can afford. Mr. Polyev had the opportunity to show us what he could do. He was the Minister of Housing under Stephen Harper. And during that time, guess how many homes he built? He built 6 homes during that entire time. This is not something you can trust to build homes. He built 6 homes.
200,000.
This has been confirmed again and again. He built 6 homes. That's it. Now, the problem, though, with Mr. Carney as well, he's late.
Why is he allowed to say that?
The problem is that when he was the chair of Brookfield Investments, this is a company that made a strategic decision.
Because it doesn't matter who makes Polyev look bad.
Homes in cities like Toronto, where people were paying a decent rent, and they purposely bought those homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rents. That is not someone you can trust, sadly, to deal with the housing crisis when, Mr. Carney, you profited off of it.
We're going to get responses here. Mr. Polyev first, Mr. Carney second.
First of all, Mr. Singh,
hold this up to remind you.
the Toronto Star, the Toronto Star debunked your falsehoods.
It was 6 homes, and
I
that's the
appreciate
facts.
neither Liberals or NDP.
Yeah, hold up the fingers. It helps.
In that year, the year I was the Minister of Vice
Let me look this up real quick. Toronto Star article debunking claim that under Pierre or Poilievre's housing ministry, he only built 6 homes. This is ridiculous because we literally just debunked this yesterday. I really don't understand why like the moderator doesn't cut in and say, "Hey, like that's like you're blatantly lying."
Yeah, talking about misinformation.
Well, where's the? Oh, I can't. There's no article. Oh, God fucking damn it! All right, sorry. Thought there was an article that I could find.
The year I
Mr.
was
Singh, let's let him answer.
in the year I was
high enough, though.
the year I was minister, we had 200,000 homes built, and guess what the average price of a home was at the time? $450,000.
And guess what happened
And
at the end of the conservative reign?
one bedrooms rented out for $900, and since that time, housing costs have actually doubled under the Liberals.
They doubled
and
on the Conservatives, too.
now we have Mr. Carney making
That was also false.
tens of billions of dollars of
Yep.
spending promises that
They
will
doubled on
ultimately
you as well.
continue to build bureaucracy. We don't need more bureaucracy in Ottawa. We tried that for 10 Liberal years, Mr. Carney. What we need is to build homes in communities.
Certainly
and
don't
that
need
means
Conservatives.
axing taxes on home building and getting the government out of the way so that builders can actually build.
I think,
Mr. Carney,
can I pick
you
up-
are on housing. We need
Can
a
I-
change, and you, sir, are not a change.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to pick up on, I thought that answer was quite revealing. The first thing is that it's an attitude towards housing that absolutely ignores affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, issues with vulnerable people, ignores the rental market, ignores all other aspects of it. So the six are the relevant. Mr. Singh is absolutely right. The six are the relevant.
200,000.
The 200,000 are a different part of the housing market. There are many Canadians. There are many Canadians at different income levels. The second thing it reveals is a misunderstanding, I'll be polite, of how the government's balance sheet can catalyze enormous private investment. And that is what we need to do to solve the housing crisis. It happens to be what we need to do as a whole to address the economic crisis that's been forced on us by President Trump.
Mr. Blanchet?
Yeah. You have spoken much more than I have, so I won't ask a question. I will make a statement instead. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that you cannot do what you pretend that you are able to do. We just have no proof so far. I'm saying quite clearly that you cannot be entitled to do it alone. You cannot be entitled to hold all the power in your two hands. You cannot go out there and fix things for Canada and Quebec without being seriously checked by serious people. You cannot go out there and speak for Quebec without Quebec having its own strong voice to protect itself and to promote its different economy. So if you want to collaborate, let's say right now that whatever happens, even if minority government happens, you will be a partner with the different Quebec economy and identity, which you have been not interested in for the economic part and not respectful for the identity part.
Let me get Mr. Singh in at this point. Can you tell us what's the first thing you would do to make life more affordable for Canadians?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we can do, and I've laid out some of those things. I think
1 second
laid
before
out
we
my
proceed.
programs.
Yes, but before we proceed, I did find the article. Justin Trudeau claims Polyev built just 6 affordable homes when he was housing minister. Here's what actually happened. This was written July 15th of 2024, so just under a year ago. So did Polyev really build just 6 affordable housing units in that time? No, the Prime Minister confirmed to the Star that the number came from an answer to an order paper question tabled by NDP MP Jenny Kwan in December. MPs are able to pose questions to the government that result in a formal response, often in the form of written answers. Kwan had asked for a breakdown of the federal funding that was provided to support the construction of nonprofit, community cooperative, and purpose-built rental housing, along with how many of those units were built while Harper's Conservatives were in power. In its response to Kwan's question, CMHC noted that there were limitations to some of the data it can provide. Yada, 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 yada. It says here, found in 2015-16 year, this is how many were built. The conclusion, that's a lot more than 6. Look,
Yeah,
I'm
so
not
he's straight lying.
I'm not a fan of the Toronto Star, but like even if they are the ones that are writing this, I'm inclined, and also from what we found yesterday, I'm inclined to call Jagmeet Singh a fucking liar because it does mention it here.
Well, and
Where
there's
is
a
it?
reason that
Yeah, here it is. It's a statistic Trudeau's Liberal caucus members and even Jagmeet Singh's NDP have also cited.
there's a reason that the contestants won't go like near that with a 10-foot pole. I mean, Carney touched on it, yeah, but I think he's just trying to get Jagmeet off his back.
Jagmeet's like he's legit just a liar. Just by that, in my opinion, that disqualifies you as a leader. Like you're misrepresenting the truth in such a blatant way that 2 fucking idiots on the internet can Google search this shit and find the truth.
Yeah.
But okay. Let's hear what he has to say. Let's hear what the magic genie has to say.
Fundamentally, I'm the only person on stage that not only fought for real relief for people in terms of affordability, I'm the only one that fought for pharmacare that actually makes life more affordable by giving people medication coverage, dental care that gives people more affordability by letting them
Programs.
He's talking about healthcare. Yeah,
services if you're a
programs.
senior and a kid. I fought for childcare to make sure people could afford childcare. All measures that Mr. Polyev voted against, all measures that Mr. Blanchet voted against. So if you want someone that's going to fight for you in Ottawa to actually make life more affordable, you can't entrust all the power to Mr. Carney. He doesn't have a track record of making life more affordable for people, but we do. So vote for a New Democrat, and we'll continue this work to make life more affordable for you, while the Conservatives and the Bloc have voted against those measures to make life affordable, because that's not who they care about. New Democrats are in it for you.
Pierre Polyev.
The number one expense for families today is taxes, more than they spend on food, clothing, and shelter combined. This after 10 years of liberal tax increases. We can't afford a fourth term of high liberal taxes. That's why conservatives...
I saw the breakdown on my paycheck the other day. God damn, man, the taxes.
Cutting income taxes by 15%
I
for
bet.
the average worker and seniors, saving a working couple up to $2,000, rewarding hard work again. Because hard work is actually being punished. Is actually being punished because of the very high taxes. Now, the Liberals promised 10 years ago they would lower them. They actually raised taxes on 9 out of 10 Canadians. We need a change in this country because your hard work should once again pay off with a powerful paycheck that buys you an affordable affordable home.
So you want to save
on
people
a safe
$2,000,
street, and that's what we will deliver.
You want to save people $2,000, but cut their dental care, which is $1,000 of dollars. Cut their child care, which is $1,000 of dollars. Cut pharmacare coverage, which is $1,000 of dollars. That's not a very good math deal right there. You're gonna save
Not a
people
very good math
$2,000,
deal.
but cost them tens of thousands of dollars. That's why you cannot afford conservatives.
Okay, pause for a
and you
second.
certainly can't trust the Liberals on their own.
So let's work at this for a second. So let me get this straight. Families are going to end up saving some money, or let's just say making what they're owed and actually bringing it home in pocket. So they're going to be able to afford better food, which is going to be taxed less. So they're going to be healthier. So what am I going to need all of these fucking health programs for if we make Canada healthier overall?
It's
Like,
that.
that's just where my
yeah.
mind kind of goes.
Yeah, that's an absolutely great point to make. Because there is that truth, and then there's also the fact that like I understand the argument that Jagmeet is saying. He's saying, "Oh no, my programs." Basically, he's saying like if you wipe out this tax revenue, how are you going to afford all these programs? Well, realistically, it's as you said. It would be better, and in everyone's interests, if we dealt with Canada's systems by making it so that as little people are as reliant on them as possible, by making it accessible for people to have decent services. Like that's, in my opinion, like the ideal way to go about it. Like we should have aspects of socialism. Like I don't want there to be a private firefighter force. I want to be able to call 911 and be able to reach somebody and have firemen come by and fucking save my family. Right? And I'll gladly pay into that. But the reason that that works is because fire incidents aren't really like it's not a like a rampage. It's not a fucking plague. It happens every now and then, but because of everything that we have set up and the way our society works, it's not really something that we have to worry about as like you're buying a place or what. Like, oh, I wonder how fire retardant it is. Like, no, you just fucking you rent and you live in it, and it's not even a concern because it's in the background. But something like healthcare is very different, especially if you're dealing with people working longer hours. They don't have access to as good food. They don't have money left over to buy a gym membership, or they're just demoralized from
Or
how
other
shit their life is.
activities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or literally anything else. So they're just stuck working all the time. And especially if you're working indoors, that's even less healthy for you. Um, and then that just puts a strain on everything because now it's like, oh, well, you want to deal with your pain? Well, we have drugs for that, antidepressants or what have you.
I
Like,
was
yeah,
gonna say at least weed
pharmacare.
is affordable.
Yeah, at least weed is affordable. Yeah, you can just do that. Why not? It's like, yeah, but that just ends up causing more problems. So like that, in my opinion, the vision, at least from what I'm seeing here, the vision that Jagmeet Singh is outlining is like, oh my god, but how are you going to pay for my programs? How are you going to pay for my programs? And Pierre is saying, well, those programs can actually be made irrelevant, and that's a good thing. Like, and Jagmeet is saying, "Oh, but what about all those people that are gonna get kicked off of them?" It's like, but think about all the people that are not gonna need them. Don't like, aren't you? The thing that I like about Pierre's message is that in a way, it's compassionate because he's like, the compassionate thing isn't to keep people dependent on these programs and to have them just sitting around and waiting, whether it's for a government check or a discount on this or GST or that. Like, no, you make people more capable so they look after their own future, that they have, destiny to like control to an extent,
Mhm.
that life is not just out of control and you're hoping the government comes save you. Like, it's self-reliance. Isn't that like what we should be striving for? Isn't that the whole message of this fucking Trump Canada bullshit? That we need to be more self-reliant on each other and ourselves?
100%.
Like
But I'm also
that's
kind of
yeah.
confused about the whole dental care thing. Like, I never understood that. Like, who does this actually benefit?
Seniors and kids. It's mostly seniors and kids. We can't get it.
Okay.
I think you have to be under like 10 or
But people
12 to
don't
to get it.
but people don't have dental insurance with their like employer?
Not if you work part-time, not if you work like multiple jobs part-time. Employers are not incentivized to hire full-time for that reason because then they have to pay for insurance.
Fair enough.
And while I get that, um, and while I understand the job market is what it is right now in Canada, at the end of the day, that problem doesn't get solved by a dental program because now you're taxing everyone on top of all the taxes they're already paying when
For a
instead
program that I'll never use.
yeah, when instead you could just like as Pierre said, like why don't we unlock the labor market? Why don't we get more immigrants in here? Why don't we have more dentists? More dentists so that they drive down costs and so that there's more competition.
Hmm.
It's not a perfect message. Some people are going to get left behind. Yeah, no shit. But dentistry isn't covered by OHIP or by any of these provincial uh, health insurance. Like they're
Mhm.
not. It's all private. But the Jagmeet Singh plan has socialized it, so now you can get like basic stuff done, like cleaning. I think like tooth removal is probably the most extreme thing that they can do. Um, Whitening is going to be elective. I think braces are elective too. But anything that's like serious, apparently this program covers it. But then again, it's like, okay, so is that dentist allowed to charge whatever they want in terms of the government, like based on their labor costs, or is it a fixed
I see what
price?
you're saying.
Because if it's a fixed price, then they're not really making shit.
Well, it sounds like something similar to like the like when you get a sick note.
And you pay like $20 or whatever.
No, the maximum amount a doctor can charge for a sick note is $50. And a lot of the times they'll ask for that amount or slightly under to make themselves stand out.
Sounds about right.
But it's up to their discretion.
Yeah.
Because yeah, I've been to places where they charge me $20 for a sick note.
Yeah. So like Jagmeet's whole spiel, at least so far, is like, oh, but what about the programs? And he has like a compassionate argument to that, which like, okay, sure, I understand where you're coming from. But if we're actually thinking about this practically, like, look, forget about our biases, right? And we'll get back to the debate
It
in a minute.
doesn't benefit Canada.
Yeah,
It's a burden, especially on the economy as it sits.
exactly.
Like that's where my mind was kind of going with, like, first of all, I didn't understand the whole dental care thing. We kind of already went through that. And then the child care benefit thing. It's like, okay, well, here's the thing. I would happily pay more in taxes to ensure that young families are receiving the financial, aid that they need in this country if the economy was in a position to accommodate that. It's not, because I can't even consider having kids with the amount we're being taxed right now. Yet those taxes are going to another family. Like, I know that sounds kind of heartless, but it's like, at what point do we end up cutting off all these taxes and actually make the individual feel like they can accomplish anything?
Well, it's not
Because
just
that's
that.
that's in part what's like killing this country. Is like you said, just being fucking desolate in work and work and work, and yet at the end of the day, still have no fucking money.
Yeah, and it's not just that. It's like, check this out. This is by the CBC. This is a news story that came out not too long ago, where a bunch of Ontario daycare centers have shut down as a result of this.
Yes, I was gonna say that earlier, but I wasn't 100% on it. Yeah, the whole thing about the daycare thing did not work.
Yeah, here it is. Here's another article about Alberta. Some Alberta childcare centers risk closing, rising costs and fixed fees from
Yeah.
the operator of a daycare center.
And the best part was that there are a bunch of stories, at least I'm thinking about the right stories here in Ottawa, where childcare centers just straight up refused to join the program. They were like, no, absolutely fucking not.
Yeah, these programs are well-being and they tug at the heartstrings of people because they're easy to understand. Because what kind of a person would dare, like, because that's the argument they use in Parliament. How, oh my
It's
God, the
like that.
Conservatives
It's like
don't
that
care.
lady in the. It's like that lady in The Simpsons. It's like, what about the children?
Oh my God, the Conservatives are so heartless. They wouldn't even vote to protect the children or to help seniors get dental care. It's like, no, they're not heartless. They're just seeing the problem from a different angle, which is actually far more sustainable. Because you guys keep adding these fucking programs on top of programs on top of programs and kicking the can down the line, not giving a shit whose fucking grandkids are going to pay for what. And you're just setting up this house of cards to eventually fall down on a generation and they have to clean up the mess, which is going to be drastic. Like, Social Security is getting to that point where we're running out of people that are able to work and provide enough money, because when the boomers like fully retire, we're kind of going to be fucked. Like, Social Security in a way is kind of like, it's shaped like a pyramid scheme, because you have to get people, you have to force people to buy into it and to keep propagating the next generation. Well, once the next generation retires, like, that's going to be a huge wave of funds that have to go towards their pensions, towards paying that out. And if less and less and less people are able to find work, and we have this economic instability, that's going to be a fucking problem. And that's just like pensions. That's not even getting into this dental stuff. Like, the dental care thing is still a thing. If Pierre wins, he's going to have to dismantle that. The childcare thing, I'm pretty sure the program is still in effect. Pierre has to dismantle that. Like, all these programs have to go. We have to fundamentally restructure how Canada deals with it. And
Yeah,
anybody that's
we
arguing,
gotta strip down.
and anybody's that's arguing for anything opposite, like, just in my opinion, fundamentally misunderstand. Like, this is not sustainable. Like, and the reason I know it's not is because here we are, 10 years later of these programs, and we have record high food bank usage. Like, this is a common story in the news. We have people going fucking hungry. Like, that's insane. In a country like Canada, where we're dumping 30,000 liters of milk because of fucking supply caps. So, anyways, that's like, in my opinion, the overarching message of this election that is not really getting through, because so many people are bought into these programs and they love them. It's like, okay, but this is not
Well, like you said, they
sustainable.
tug at the heartstrings, right?
Yeah, like, this is not sustainable. We can't keep going like this. We have to turn more towards capitalism and private markets. And we have to
Yeah.
find a healthy balance between that and helping people. Like, that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. This doesn't have to be a zero-sum game where we just wipe every program from the face of the earth completely. Like you said, I would be totally fine with paying my taxes, so long, like, as at the high rate as they are, as long as the services were good and people were getting benefits from them and it was actually uplifting society. But now it's just a drain.
Well, yeah, because there's no quality of life.
Like, what?
Like, that's the thing, is you have to sustain quality of life for me to be able to say, oh yes, I will pay more taxes for these programs.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
I'd be more than fine with that, but then I hear stories of the government wasting $8 million on fucking paintings, and I look at that and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Why are you guys paying $8 million to rent paintings for the government? Like that was an actual story. I can pull it up later. But yeah, the federal government under Trudeau spent $8 million on renting paintings. Renting. Just
Yep, I
put
remember you
them up
telling me.
just to look pretty. Like, okay, cool. That's great. That's a great use of our money. Anyways, not to get too in the weeds.
You need new Democrats.
Mark Carney.
I'm going to reinforce that point, and then I'll respond to Mr. Blanchet. Childcare in this country, $3,000 to $10,000 a year for a family, depending on where you live.
Province, jurisdiction.
Depending on where you live, that's
Quebec is Canada.
$800 per trip to the dentist. We've expanded dental
Province,
care to 8
jurisdiction.
million.
Fucking God.
Pharmacare. These are fundamental issues for affordability. We're talking about affordability and taking them off in order.
That's why you need
tax.
That's not what I've said.
And in
I will
terms
be cutting
of
income taxes
working with Quebec,
for Canadians.
yes, absolutely. Throughout the short time I've been Prime Minister, working directly with the Premier of Quebec, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our Minister of Finance are from Quebec. Quebec and Quebec issues, whether it's
Why
supply
haven't you answered
management,
Mr.
language,
Legault's letter? He asked 5 things in a letter. He reduced his expectations.
We're talking about,
and you did not even answer him. And tonight, you are so much in love with Quebec.
Canadians have to ask.
Why vote for conservatives?
He's got Mr. Singh, sorry, he has the floor. Come on.
The question you have to ask is, after a decade,
Dude, Jagmeet
of
Singh
liberal
has like
promises,
6 minutes.
can you afford food? Is your housing more affordable than it used to be?
This is just funny.
What is your cost of living like compared to what it was a decade ago? And are you prepared to elect the same liberal MPs?
What are you raising your hand for, Carney? Put that shit down.
Staffers
What the fuck
down, boy. For a 4th term. Mr. Carney, Justin Trudeau's staffers are actually here with you at this debate in Montreal, writing the talking points that you are regurgitating into the microphone. How can we possibly believe that you are any different than the previous 10 years of liberal?
Dude, they're calling him out on stage. What the fuck?
I have my own talking points. Thank you very much. The biggest
The Quebec guy is like, oh, you just got burned.
The biggest risk we have to this economy is Donald Trump. So first and foremost, we've got to get that right. Secondly, we need to
Deflect the hate. Yeah, do it.
that brings everyone along together. That means preserving pharmacare, dental care, child care, reinforcing health care, spending our
Intrusion in Quebec jurisdiction over and again. I like if we're any better than we are.
The clock
Is there one thing Canadians can do that Quebecers cannot do? You are doing intrusion.
Yeah, shut the fuck up during a fucking debate, apparently. Yeah, he's talking. What are you interrupting him for?
Jesus.
Intrusion. What is it that Quebecers can't do that Canadians can? Stay quiet during a debate. How about that? Like, what the fuck?
Intrusions in our jurisdiction with our money, pretending you are better, and most of the time you try to copy what we did with our own money.
We're Canada, dude.
As a policy, don't you have your own things to care about?
That really is time for this segment. I wanted to be polite and let everybody finish their point.
Oh my God.
Thank you. Okay, that ends section 2. Up next, public safety and security.
Lord
Hey,
Jesus.
Man. Hey, man, but Carney definitely can't lose this.
Build communities that are safe, secure, and strong.
It's Carney's to win.
Stolen cars and other illegal substances out of our country. We're going to invest.
Stolen cars are illegal substances.
More border officers.
Resources are in short supply, not enough staff. This is not the nice way to treat people who come to our border.
What?
Format one-on-one questions and then open debate. Mr.
I have no
Blanchet, you
idea.
get to go first in this one. Public safety and security. For a lot of people, that means the fentanyl crisis. I'd like to know what you could contribute to ending that crisis in this country.
The fentanyl crisis is a very serious issue, which is a bit less important in Quebec than it is in British Columbia. I think the whole border thing is the real issue. Immigration is a very important issue for Quebecers.
And Quebec has to decide its own immigration.
In an orderly fashion, our borders are not dealt with in an orderly fashion. The rules are not respected. The rules are unclear. Some rules even invite people to hide for 2 weeks illegally before coming out. Some things has to be done. The situation of one person asking for asylum may take as much as
Asylum.
years without us reducing the number in order to deal with them in a human way. The services for every citizen in Quebec are being reduced because we cannot afford the fact that we are receiving much, much more people in Quebec from this specific type.
What does this have to do with the fentanyl crisis?
We can't afford, and we cannot teach them French.
That's time, Monsieur Blanchet. We can, of course, return to the immigration issue during open debate. Should you
Also
wish.
French. The language is under attack.
For you, the liberal gun buyback policy, not
Oh,
considered
shit.
a success by many people. Reviving it is in your platform.
Yeah.
Why would it work this time?
Yeah, I think what we've seen with that policy is some success at the commercial level, but not at the individual level, because it hasn't been, in my opinion, it hasn't been organized properly, and it needs to be organized properly. And instructed the Minister of National Security and Public Safety.
So you're going to hunt people down because they have registered guns.
Part of this is a different focus of government, a focus on results, a focus on clear milestones in the short term. Let me make a broader point, though, on gun, which is that
On gun.
On gun.
we have a problem with guns coming over borders, which is why we've tightened our borders.
Bro,
We
on
have
gun.
An issue, though, with a gun
On
industry
gun?
that is continually coming up with new forms of assault rifles, mass killing machines. We banned over
Mass killing machines.
every single time there has
I
been
love
a
this
vote
guy.
in the House of Commons on gun control, Mr. Polyev has voted against it. You can't be tough on crime unless you're tough on guns.
Mr. Polyev, you can come back on that in the open debate
Well,
if
that's
you want
false.
to, but my question for you in this segment
He literally
is-
just said we didn't do anything on the individual level, so now my policies are going to what?
With all due
Kick down
respect,
people's doors and take their guns? Is
With
that
all
what
due-
he just admitted to?
with all due fucking respect, all this shit about guns is fucking retarded because lawful people abide by laws and unlawful
Yes.
people don't abide by laws, which is why you have fucking shootouts happening in Toronto in the middle of the fucking street on fucking downtown Toronto. Wow, look at this. What is that?
What the fuck, nigga? Yo, what's that? Boom.
We can't see anything. Or I can't see anything, I guess.
What the fuck, nigga? Yo, wallahi.
Cool, that's a carjacking. That's great. Hold on, you can't see anything? 1 second. How about now?
No, let's just see the YouTube window.
Oh, that's strange.
You can hear the audio, but I can't see the
16 guns.
tab.
To learn of a late night shootout outside of a
Here, let me
recording
start the stream.
studio on Queen Street West.
At approximately 11:20 p.m., our officers were in the area on an unrelated investigation. A stolen car pulled up.
Yeah,
and
there we go.
3 individuals exited. They opened fire on a recording studio, and the people there between two.
Where's the footage? Show me the fucking footage.
Well as
They had AKs. They took out AKs on fucking Queen Street in the middle of the night and they shot up a recording studio. Yeah, it was these guys. Ah, that's great. That's so cool. That's so cool that we have that in Toronto. Just fucking gun clubs. That's great. Anyways, they were saying
I'm sure
something
they're
about
registered.
yeah, they were saying something about the conservatives voting against gun control because fucking Trudeau's record has been so spotless.
You can come back on that in the open
On
debate if you
gun.
want to, but my
On
question for
gun.
you in this segment is: Indigenous people are statistically overrepresented in our correction system. Are you concerned that your tough on crime platform will make that worse?
Fuck right off.
So now, are you going to target Indigenous people with
You-
your crime policies?
You commit the crime, you do the time.
It doesn't matter your nationality.
Why does this even have to be said?
I don't know.
I'm concerned that Indigenous people are disproportionately the victims of crime. I give you the example of a wonderful group of Indigenous people who came
Great
under
pivot.
attack in Saskatchewan,
Mm.
and many of them were murdered. killer was out of jail after
Are you
60
coughing into the
prior
mic?
convictions. This is the result of 10 years of liberal laws that allow the same offenders to be released dozens and dozens of times, even when it's known they are a danger. We can't risk a fourth liberal term of soft on crime policies. We need a change. And the Conservative plan for change will bring in a 3 strikes you're outlaw, 3 convictions for serious crimes, you go to jail for at least 10 years, maybe for life, no chance of parole or bail. We will bring in life sentences for traffickers of fentanyl, human beings, and guns, and we will secure our borders to keep the illegal
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. That's time. Mr. Singh, your question is about the RCMP, because you've got RCMP reform in your platform. What, in your view, is the problem with the RCMP?
Well, some of the basis for this is the concern that's been raised in more rural communities and northern communities that there have been some serious concerns about violence or inappropriate use of force when it comes to the execution of their duties. We want to make sure that we've got a top-tier police force that provides security and safety to those communities in a way that's sensitive and understanding of the communities they're serving. I also think what's very important is for Indigenous communities, Indigenous policing. This is an area of deep concern. I think everyone in our country should be safe. You should be able to be safe at home, safe when you go to work, safe if you take public transit, safe for your kids to be able to play in the local playground, and that's something I'm committed to. The other area that I'm focused on when it comes to public safety is making sure we prevent crime before it happens, and that's why we want to see increased investments in our border security. We saw under the Conservatives, they cut 1,100 border officers in one day. So that prevented our ability to keep our borders safe. That stops those materials from
Mr.
coming
Singh,
into the
that's
country.
time. Not sure it was about the RCMP, but maybe we can get back to that during the open debate segment.
Solid.
Which we go to right now. And Mr. Polyev, you get the first word on this one. And it sort of dovetails on the last answer you gave, which is you have pledged to be the first prime minister in this country to use the notwithstanding clause, setting aside charter rights of, as you call them, multiple murderers. Why do you think that's necessary?
To be clear, I want to uphold the charter rights of Canadians under Section 7 to life, liberty, and security of the person. Right now, that right is violated by multiple murderers who are given discounts. The case in question was a gentleman who went into a mosque and shot dead 6 innocent worshipers. He got, according to this ruling, only one 25-year sentence, meaning he can be out in his 50s. He only serves 4 years for every murder that he carried out. That is outrageous. And I will use the constitutional powers that are created for this purpose to ensure that mass murderers stay in maximum security penitentiary for life. They will only come out in a box. We will also pass tough new laws that prevent repeat offenders from getting out. If you commit 3 offenses under the 3 strikes law I propose, you will not be allowed out of jail until you prove that you are drug-free, that you are behaved perfectly, and that you've learned an employable skill, and you've served a 10-year sentence. We cannot allow liberal crime and chaos to go on terrorizing our communities. What we need is a real plan for change so that we can bring back the safety and the security that Canadians used to take for granted.
Let me get Mr. Carney to respond to that. Do you think that's an appropriate use of the notwithstanding clause of the Charter?
I think that one of the core responsibilities of the federal government, Prime Minister, is to defend the fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians. And those fundamental rights and liberties of Canadians are outlined in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is 43 years old literally today.
The same one that your party violated when you went against all the people that decided to not get jabbed with the mystery fluid that you guys said was tested, but it actually wasn't tested. And the documents talking about the tests are now sealed for 100 years. And they were only allowed on emergency use authorization because you made it untenable for any other potential therapeutic or cure to be viable. And then you force people to take this vaccine, even though it had adverse side effects for some people, a good chunk of people, not a small, insignificant amount. And for what? So that they could just keep working, even government workers that work from home? That violation of rights? Is that the one he's talking about? I mean, I hate to be snooty here, but like, that's like your party did that.
Can't really be talking, can you?
I just like what? What do you? How is this not a point that Pierre is attacking him on? I don't get it. This is ridiculous.
I think it's a very dangerous slope to override judgments of the Supreme Court of Canada. In fact, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms exists to protect
Slippery slope.
Canadians
Here we
from
go. He's gonna take women's rights away.
like us on the stage. Politicians who may use their power to override fundamental rights. And the issue
Yeah.
Excuse the fuck me?
Yo. Dude.
You can't say that.
Dude.
You can't say that. What?
Clip that. Fucking clip that. Clip that and put it side by side by Trudeau saying that should you tolerate these people. That is insane.
in using by the federal government, I'll stop here, is not where you start, but where will you stop?
Mr. Polyev, I should get Mr. Polyev on that. Is it a
Where will you stop?
Yeah. You froze those bank accounts once. Are you going to freeze them again when the next time a protest that you don't like shows up? I agree. You know what? I agree with Mark Carney. I agree with him. Yeah, we should be very wary of politicians that usurp citizens' rights, fundamental ones especially. I agree with him.
Yeah, no.
I'm in agreement. I like what this guy's saying. I think I might vote for him.
I would be quite interested too, because Mr. Carney said that he didn't want us to use a notwithstanding clause before adopting a law. And yesterday he said that he felt that it was wrong to use the notwithstanding clause after a law is adopted. So if we cannot use it before and we cannot use it after, it means that Mr. Carney believes that we should never use it. But it is very important. And the Ford case made it clear. The Constitution says how it should be used, but never how or what we will do with it, because it's the prerogative of the provinces. So do you want the Supreme Court to overrule another judgment of the same Supreme Court because you don't like it? Because that would be being the hell of a politician as you define them.
Well, let me just start by saying, first of all, thank you. I just started by saying, let's not let Mr. Polyev get away with making this ludicrous claim that anyone on this stage thinks that violent crime should get a less severe penalty. Obviously, that is not a special position that he's taking. Everyone agrees that horrible crimes should have horrible sentences. Judges are equipped to do that, so don't let Mr. Polyev's rhetoric confuse people. Obviously, everyone agrees that if someone does something horrible, they should pay a horrible price for it. There should be appropriate sentence that's put in place by a judge.
So why did you prop up a government that didn't allow for that?
I was literally going to say the exact same thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, my bad.
Like, no, you're
Literally
good.
you
Like,
no, you should have said it, man. It would have been better coming from you. I swear, it would have been totally different. Like the fuck.
Like you literally stood side by side by the guy that was enabling this, and now you want to talk shit. Now you want to say that, of course we should prosecute violent crime. Well, then why is it that when Pierre Poilievre was pointing this out years ago, you still
This man had
decided
the
to
power
stand
to call
by
for an election.
the whole time? For
Yeah.
the longest time, he could have just simply said, we have no confidence in this government, and that's it. But he wanted to stay in because he wanted his fucking programs. And here we are footing the bill for that. Okay, anyways, let's proceed with this fucking
All
chicanery.
this for a liar.
Literally, I understand that, like, politicians are like, okay, fine, that's a retarded fucking thing that everybody says, and it doesn't take a genius to figure that one out. But like, you're literally misrepresenting the truth here. And as we started this podcast, he refused to take questions from Rebel News because they're purveyors of misinformation. This is like the second biggest lie that you've told on this stage so far, and we're fucking 20 minutes in. Like, what? Okay. Anyways.
Is all of what Mr. Polyev is talking about is after the fact. Now, there's heinous things that happen, and there needs to be severe penalties put in place. But we also need to keep communities safe. And that's what my focus is. Well, how do we stop crime before it happens? Much of the violent crime that's committed is committed by illegal handguns and firearms that come across the border. Now, Mr. Polyev has admitted that as well, that it is illegal handguns and illegal weapons that are used in violent crime. So our plan is, let's stop those illegal weapons getting into our country in the first place. And the way we do that is by having stronger border security officers and having more people on the border. Mr. Pierre Poilievre, when he was in power in the Conservatives, they cut the number of border officers. They reduced the number, weakening our borders.
10 years ago?
Let's get back to Mr. Poilievre on the issue of whether in using the
10 plus years ago, you mean they did this? Like
When I
what?
could leave my house without locking my door?
Okay. Anyways.
standing clause under these circumstances would be a kind of a slippery slope and encourage politicians to use it more.
No, we will use it to protect the charter rights of law-abiding Canadians. I'm interested in the rights of victims. Mr. Carney seems to be very interested in the rights of criminals. He says that it's dangerous for me to ensure that mass murderers stay behind bars for life. You know what's dangerous? Turning them loose on our streets. I don't think you appreciate, sir, the chaos that is unfolding in communities. In Toronto right now, the police have been forced to tell people to just let the thief steal the car. When they break into the house, just take the keys. Just let them take the keys so that you don't get hurt. People are living in terror in many of our communities precisely because of the catch and release bail law, C-75, which requires judges release the accused at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Every single member of your Liberal caucus and your Liberal cabinet voted in favor of this bill, and they are all determined to keep it in place despite constant promises to the contrary. Mr. Carney, Canadians deserve to live in peace and security. That is the right that I'm fighting for a change.
Now, I understand that Pierre's using fear here as a tactic. There's no way to dismiss that. But the fear is actually founded on something real, because it got so bad at one point that they had to send police officers into the TTC en masse. Like, they had to do a blitz just because of all the shit that was happening. There was a stabbing inside of a subway car during, essentially, like, just before rush hour. Quite a few people on the train heading to the station near where I have some family, which was concerning because I was like, so what if they just had been on that train doing groceries or some shit, or what if like one of my family members actually got hurt in that? Like, what the fuck? There was a lady that was set on fire on a bus like 4 years ago. She was just sleeping, and this fucking crazy homeless whacked out guy thought that she was talking to him, and she fucking lit him up. There's been face slashings. I don't think people have been pushed on platforms, but it's been pretty fucking awful.
Wasn't there an acid attack?
No, I don't remember hearing of one. But like what Pierre is saying is like it is true that like crime has gone up. Like if you look at a crime map of Brampton in terms of the auto theft, it's actually fucking insane. And he is right about like I said, about the police saying that you should leave your car keys, because that did actually happen. They had a town hall where they had to explain to people that with the amount that's happening, the police just can't keep up and they can't respond. And they're helpless to do anything.
Leave
And
them
part
by
of
the
it,
door.
and part of it is the bail reform. Part of it is absolutely the bail reform. That these people keep getting out and reoffending and keep getting out and reoffending. And that's not even mentioning like the 100% racialized laws that we have around minorities, where they're getting lesser sentences than white people because the judge is trying to be nice and say that they're trying to accommodate for the difficulties they had in life. Like that's happened in several court cases, and I will pull up examples as the debate goes on. But like that is an actual thing that happened. We have activist judges that are letting criminals go early because they feel bad for them because the poor black kid had to grow up in a ghetto. Well, that doesn't exactly absolve you of whatever crime you did. Like your circumstances are not an excuse for you to act out like that. And I understand that that's coming from someone that has never lived that life. or understood what that's like, and I acknowledge that. But that doesn't mean that you just get to sentence criminals for lesser sentences and let them go out and reoffend. Like, who does that help? Does that help the person that's actually committing the crime, or the victims, or anyone?
Yeah, it's justice for the criminals.
At the expense of everyone else. Cool. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
I'm fighting for that as well. And let me be specific about two things that have been raised. The first is with respect to these issues of car theft, home invasion, and I'll use the GTA area where there has been a sharp increase. How do you attack that? You attack it several ways. One, you increase the criminal penalties for that happening, particularly if you're part of a gang, particularly if you use a firearm.
And you will do that?
And we're doing so. We've committed to doing so. You put in place a reverse onus in terms of bail so that it has to be proven that there's not a risk, which we've also committed to. And then you go to what Mr. Singh was talking about, which is we have to reinforce our frontiers. That's why we're committing to an extra 1,000 Canada Border Service agents, an extra 1,000 RCMPs. That's why, as part of the broader fentanyl initiative, where we've added to the RCMP there, we've added drones, we're adding helicopters, we're adding surveillance, and we're going to the other end of the chain with respect to car theft, which is tightening security at the ports. This is what we need. In order to get results, you need to focus where at both ends of the chains in federal.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about one of the issues that has come up is the idea of the public safety concerns around the overdose.
What?
Sorry, I forgot to unmute my mic. I found a news story here. It says in February 2020, Provincial Court Chief Judge Pamela Williams gave Anderson a conditional sentence of 2 years less a day, along with 2 years probation. She said her sentencing decision was supported by the results of an impact of race and culture assessment reports on Anderson. She had also heard evidence from the authors of the IRCA and 2 other witnesses. They gave him a lesser sentence because he was black. They found him guilty of 5 firearm-related charges, and they found a .22 caliber revolver in his waistband following a traffic stop in November 2018. So, a federal gun charge that he got 2 years for.
This is your gun safety right here. This is your whole argument.
I'll read this last sentence and we'll get back to
You
the
don't
debate.
want guns, you got to friggin'... Yeah, go ahead.
On appeal, the Crown took the position that the conditional sentence was a fit and proportionate sentence and without errors in law, but requested guidance from the court in applying the principles of sentencing to offenders of African descent.
Okay.
The interviewers, the other of which was the African Nova Scotia Decade for People of African Descent Coalition, also requested this guidance. In her reasons, Justice Derrick examined the history of anti-black racism and recognized the over-incarceration of blacks. Yeah, is that because we just have a ton of racist cops, or is that because black people are disproportionately likely to commit crimes because they are living disproportionately lower socioeconomic quality of life? Like, are we really gonna say that, like, okay, so any black person that commits a crime?
The fact that he committed a crime, was convicted, and wasn't justly punished is the biggest problem here and has nothing to do with race.
Literally has nothing to do with race. You had a gun on you during a traffic stop, and you also had 5 other charges related to gun charges, which I'm pretty sure are federal crimes. So, like, this is actually real, and this is just one case, but there have been plenty like this.
Security at the ports. This is what we need. In order to get results, you need to focus where at both ends of the chains in federal.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about one of the issues that has come up is the idea of the public safety concerns around the overdose crisis and how this is devastating our communities. We're seeing so many lives being lost. In that, we know that one of the ways to address that is by investing in some of the solutions like mental health services and rehabilitation services. Services keep our communities
More programs.
safe, having access to those good services. Both Mr. Carney and Mr. Polyev are proposing cutting
Literally more
government
programs.
spending and cutting those services. That's not going to make our community safer. We need to see better investments in rehabilitation services, more investments in mental health. We need to respond to this serious crisis in our country with care and compassion. I've met with Moms Stop the Harm, an organization of moms that have lost their children to this opioid overdose crisis. They've literally had their children have died because of this. And they're saying we need to do everything possible to save lives, to stop this death from happening. And I think we need to listen to those moms, and that's my commitment.
Mr. Blanchet.
Two things as rapidly as possible. First, we believe that we should act on crime gangs and organizations, defining them as we do for terrorist organization. We have to protect our kids from the violence of those gangs, from the drugs being sold by those gangs, from the guns and whatever else being stolen, sale, being by those gangs.
Sold?
Not sold, being, you purchase a thing and sold by those gangs. And we mostly have to protect our kids from being recruited by those gangs, becoming violent at 13 and 14 and 16 years old, because this is the real fear of parents like I am. This is a very dangerous situation. I want to come back to immigration because we said that we would come back to immigration. Do you remember the Century Initiative, a sad memory? Officially, they said that they had not considered Quebec difference. They had not considered Quebec language. They wanted Canada to be a 100 million people country by the end of the century. Mr. Barton told me himself that he had not even thought about the Quebec difference in that analysis. And one of his closest collaborators is now a close counselor to Mr. Carney, which seems to be part also of that kind of project or ideology. So it is impossible for Canada to have all those people coming to Canada. It is impossible for Quebec to receive all those people. And in Quebec, we have the language and values and secularity of the state issue, which is very important. So I say, pause. Let's do things properly. Let's receive migrants in an orderly fashion and successfully as a measure of respect for them also.
Mr. Polyev, you wanted to...
Not sure what that has to do with the fentanyl crisis, but let me just pull up a quick little story. Jagmeet Singh was too busy fucking jerking on everyone's heartstrings. Here's a story about safe supply drug dealers on a dial-a-dope business that got caught taking people safe supply drugs and giving them hard drugs in exchange. According to search warrants obtained by CBC, Nanaimo RCMP arrested the perpetrators after an investigation that began with a complaint about a vehicle approaching people near a pharmacy and attempting to trade them hard drugs for their safe supply prescriptions. And this is about one story in one city. Okay? This is just one story.
In August of last year.
Here's another one. Prince George RCMP drug seizures ignite safe supply debate. They found safe supply drugs inside a drug bus that he was also selling illegal drugs.
I don't doubt that.
So this safe supply shit didn't work.
No.
And then, of course, the Solicitor General comes out and says safe supply drugs aren't being widely diverted. Okay, I guess that's not happening. Sorry, these two articles right here just didn't happen. 3 days. This article was posted 3 days afterwards, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, back to sticking our heads in the sand.
I speak to families all the time who are terrified by the scourge of drugs and illegal guns. And we know those guns are not Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle. So when the Liberals try to ban hunting rifles, they're really going after the wrong people. 90% of guns that come in that are used in crime are smuggled illegally over the porous, Liberal-run borders.
The border
that's why the police. That's not true, and that's why the police.
The border officers
the police
in the
actually,
facts.
if I could, the police actually endorsed me. The police in Barrie, in Peel, in Sault Ste. Marie have all endorsed me because they know that I will go after the gun smugglers and criminals with 2,000 extra frontline border guards that will stop the guns
After you
from
cut
coming
them,
in.
now you want to hire
But unlike the Liberals and NDP, I will not ban hunting rifles. The Liberals want to
We never
protect.
wanted to ban
I want to
them.
protect Canadians from criminals. The Liberals want to protect turkeys from hunters. I think we know which one makes the most
Mr. Carney,
sense.
quick intervention, Mr. Carney, then I got a question for each of you before this segment's out.
Okay. We absolutely fully support hunting and rights of hunters and Indigenous Canadians. But I want to raise an issue, which is a serious issue, talking about safety. There are people, we're in Montreal, in Toronto, across this country, who fear going to their synagogue, fear going to their community center, fear taking their children, leaving their children in school. And this has to stop. This is it's totally unacceptable. So what we're proposing is to make it a criminal offense to threaten or to impede anyone from being near or going to their place of worship, their school, their community center. It pains me that when we have to do it, because this is not what we should be doing as Canadians, of course, but we will put that in place.
Let me get
back. And this is a fundamental issue with respect.
Let me get
So
we will take your guns.
each of you before this.
No, I'm sorry. What is he saying? We have to stop people from harassing people from going to places of worship? Is that what he's saying? Yeah, there's laws against that. There's harassment laws and assault laws already on. What is he
No,
proposing?
but I think he's talking about gun control, right?
He's trying to what? Like
Places
create
getting
like worse
shot up.
sentences. He's creating. He wants to create worse sentences for those incidents. Like okay, but
No, that's not what he was saying. His talking point was his gun control policy, which, like I said before, he mentioned. Never went after the individual.
Yeah, but I mean, like
Like
literally
he's
in the
talking
last.
about hunting rifles and so on, but no, he still wants to come and take your guns. As far as I'm concerned, that's all he's been saying.
No, but I mean, like I'm not saying as a general point. I mean, like literally in the last 10 seconds, he said there are people that are afraid to go to school and places of worship and all that, and we have a program to
Yeah,
crack
because they're
down on
afraid
it.
they're going to be shot up.
Right? No, but he's not like clearly stating anything. So it's like, the laws already exist. What are you talking about? There's nothing. There's nothing extra to add. It's already there.
Yeah, no, that's what he's saying though. He wants to take guns off the streets.
Great
He
idea.
wants to take guns. That's his whole thing right now.
Out on what you perceive to be the biggest security threat to Canada right now. 10 seconds each.
The Liberal Party.
The physical security threat to our country is the rampant crime wave that is running out of control. After the last decade, we had a 116% increase in gun crime. We need to lock up the criminals.
I got to hold you to 10 seconds. Mr. Carney?
Well, we're in a security section. I think we didn't have a chance to talk about anything internationally. I think the biggest security threat to Canada is China.
China, you say?
Yeah.
Mr. Singh?
Biggest security threat,
Interesting.
illegal guns and drugs coming across the border, and cuts to services that would make our public
Cuts
safety
to
and security
programs.
worse.
Last word to Mr. Blanchet.
The fact that neither Quebec or Canada is able to protect itself, and that we are still dependent and entirely dependent on American to protect us.
Why does he keep saying Quebec and Canada?
Okay, that is the end of that section.
That's what I'm
Gentlemen,
saying.
Next, energy and climate.
He sees them as two different entities.
Yeah, this is just pissing me off. Fuck this guy.
Unleashing production.
We are unlocking major infrastructure projects, including in conventional energy, oil and gas.
We're speaking thousands of dollars a year for each family to pay for the damages of climate change.
We can absolutely build important projects like an east-west energy grid.
Energy and climate change. I know how much all of you love talking about pipelines, so here we go. Mr. Singh, do you first?
Jesus Christ.
Should Canada build new pipelines to get our oil and gas to market?
Well, it's not an approach I favor with public money. There's not any projects that are on the table, so it's not a specific project to look at. I favor, when it comes to the environment, building an east-west energy grid that connects low-cost energy and allows for families to reduce their electricity costs. But let's put this all in context. We're talking about what our energy solutions are in the context of a climate crisis.
Clean oil.
We're not just talking about a climate crisis in the far future. We're living
Low carbon
it
oil.
now.
Low carbon oil.
I remember I met a mom a couple years ago before I had kids who told me she was worried about taking her kids out on some days because of the forest fires in BC.
What is with
that
him and
make it
moms?
unsafe for kids to go outdoors. Fast forward to when I became a parent just a couple years after that, and I literally worry about the same thing. The forest fires we saw a couple years ago.
You said this
meant that
yesterday.
Many places
Thing likes
that didn't
moms.
see this before saw
Look,
days
he likes
where there
MILFs.
was
Okay,
such
cool.
smoke in the air that it was dangerous for kids. We seen extreme weather, forest fires, heat domes, floods impacting us. We've got to do everything we can to
Thank you,
protect our
Mr.
future.
Singh. That's time. Mr. Polyev, where does fighting climate change land on your list of priorities when it comes to expanding energy opportunities in this country?
It lands within our priorities of bringing home jobs while bringing down emissions around the world. Look, the reality is that if we push production out of our country to more polluting countries, it actually makes the problem worse. But that has been exactly the Liberal approach with the anti-development law, C-69, blocking of 15 LNG export plants over the last 10 years. We have seen more of those jobs go abroad. I want to bring them home. My plan will be to approve, for example, natural gas liquefaction and export. If we sent our gas to India, for example, to displace half of their demand for electricity, we could reduce emissions by 2.5 billion tons, which is 3 times the total emissions of Canada. That's the way we bring emissions down and jobs up. It's common sense, and now it's time to bring it home.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. The next question is for Mr.
Oh, you
Carney.
didn't say about the
How does
selling
your
it, though.
government fast-track pipelines
What
and
do you
Sell
mean?
it to them and you bring
projects
in money
now,
as well. It's
also
a triple
following a
banger.
Supreme Court decision that requires
That too.
consent of Indigenous communities?
Well, I think the first thing, and this goes back a bit to where we started, which is recognizing that we are in a crisis. We need to act with maximum force, and having a process and a consultation, but a consultation with a purpose, which is to identify those projects, those investments of national interest that are really going to move the dial in terms of growth, jobs, energy security, while being consistent with long-term competitiveness, which necessarily means lower carbon. And so part of that process is ensuring that First Nations, Indigenous peoples, are there from the start. It also includes their ability to participate fully in those projects, and that's why, and I know I can tell, like, you've got to tell on when I've gone on too long, so I'll finish up, which is that's why we're doubling. Our proposal is to double the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Program to $10 billion. What does that actually mean? It means an ability for them to invest equity in those projects
Carney,
and be
that's
full
time.
partners. Thank you.
My tell is my clock, and my clock is at 0, so that's how it goes. Monsieur Blanchet, do you still oppose pipeline construction in Quebec, even though a majority of Quebecers now apparently say they support it?
We will know about that when we have held the debate about that, which has not begun yet. We are just beginning it. First, we
Even the moderator says your province.
Your province says this, bitch, but you say something different. Do you really represent? Are you really the king of Quebec?
Oh my god.
You really know what your subjects want?
very creative numbers, and we are being fed nonsense, and we will be back to it in a few minutes. But energy,
Yeah.
trade, commerce is from south to north or north to south, and it's true in Quebec also. In a little more than 3 years, Donald Trump won't be in office, and there will be not one more pipeline having been built once we get there. So let's be serious, responsible, and we will be back with the numbers. We don't want to pay in Quebec for such monstrosities which will provide us with nothing.
I'm sorry. His argument is banking on the next administration not being in any way related to Trump or what Trump has done.
Yeah,
You don't
that
know
was my idea specifically.
you don't know what's going to happen in a week, and in a week we have the election. You have no
But not
idea
only
what's
that-
going to happen.
Not only that, we in Canada don't have term limits for a prime minister. So a prime minister who's going to begin pipelines could still be in office by the time those pipelines finish.
Exactly.
So even the other way around, like your point is
Like what?
Okay.
So you think that there's going to be a complete reversal of energy policy from the United States going to Canada based on what analysis?
Look
Like
at his
based
eyes, man. This man can see the future.
based on he can see the future of Quebec. Like
Well,
based
clearly
on
not. He doesn't even know what the people want.
no, he knows. He knows what people want because what the people want is what he wants, and the people want it. They want it real
I am
bad.
Quebec.
Like, bro, what the fuck? This guy's actually unhinged. He's saying, "Oh, we're gonna wait for those. Like, wait for what numbers? Wait for the start of the debate. You're just buying time. You don't have anything of substance to say. So you're just buying time. Like, okay, all right."
We now move to open debate, and you all will get a chance or have had a chance to get the first shot at this.
Holy shit! Look at that fucking clock, yo.
Isn't that great?
Yo.
You'll get fucked.
Yo, why are the NDP and the Quebec even here, bro? Get them the fuck out of here.
That's what I was saying. Miss the Green Party to kind of dilute this.
Canada has a substantial supply of critical minerals which are in high demand. Are you in favor of allowing these minerals to be mined?
Of course, it has to be done properly. Quebec has probably the most.
Of course, I'm Quebec. I have all the aluminum.
Phosphate reserves in North America. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, it is very important. It has to be exploited. This is the best way to use Paul Saguenay as an infrastructure that we need. We have lithium. Everybody needs lithium. Transportation has to be taken from oil to clean energy. This is what we want to be working on. It is
Who's breathing?
The specificities
I think it's Jagmeet.
Quebec economy.
He's just like coughing and breathing and moving.
To pay
Yeah.
for the $30 billions which have been spent on oil and gas by the Liberals last year. It's $7 billion from Quebec. We don't want to pay for the $40 billions which have been spent by the Liberals on Trans Mountain. It's $9 billion from Quebec. Those are $16 billion of which not $1 has been spent in Quebec to develop a lot more power and wealth for Quebecers with our own money.
We need to let the leader of the Liberals respond.
Well, actually, I was going to pick up on the enormous opportunity that exists in Quebec, exists in Ontario, exists in the north of Canada, really exists across this great nation in terms of critical metals and minerals. We are have one of the biggest resources in this country. And it's not just an enormous economic opportunity, it is a strategic opportunity for Canada. So we have to make a decision, not just to develop it, but how do we develop it and who are our partners for it? Do we become more dependent on the United States, which is what they want? By the way, President Trump this week said he might put a tax on critical metals and minerals, just showing again the unreliable. If I may, and so the discussions
to negotiate.
If I may finish.
Let him finish.
Let me finish. So the opportunity includes in Europe and includes in Asia as our partners. Last point. In order to get it done, we'll put in place a first and last mile fund. So these projects are connected to road and rail so they can go quickly to market. And we will have all of the other fast tracking measures in place that I talked about earlier in terms of capital, timing, approvals, so that we can move quickly, we can be stronger at home.
Always with the approval of
I think
Singh has the floor.
We should absolutely take advantage of the fact that we've got incredible amounts of critical minerals in our country. And the way we do that is with any energy project or any project of this nature, make sure it's got the local community buy-in. It creates good jobs in communities, make sure we are meeting all our environmental needs, and we work with Indigenous partnership. And so
This reminds me of that one time I met a mom in a critical mineral mine, and she told me her
While doing my
kid,
groceries.
she told me her kid was breathing in cobalt dust, and he got shot by a white supremacist when he was going home to get his teeth done. And his annual physical checkup. But only after he picked up his paycheck, of which I took 50%. Sorry. Anyways.
Agree with that. I want to build on something Mr. Blanchet mentioned about the investments that this country has made. What I found very troubling is that the past number of years, the Liberal government record is one where we have spent the most subsidies compared to any other country in the G7 on subsidizing oil and gas. These are highly profitable companies.
You
I
voted
think that's
for
the
it.
wrong thing to do. We fought against it again and again.
No, you voted
And then
for
the
it.
Liberals
Oh.
continue
Over and
to do
again.
it. And so my question really to Mr. Carney is, will you commit to ending oil and gas subsidies?
That's the first time that anyone has brought that up, and we're fucking how long are we? 2:43. We're an hour in, and this is the first time someone brought this up.
We should be using that to invest in people, not giving it to highly profitable oil and gas companies.
Yeah, we talked. I promised Mr. Polyev the next. We'll come back and get that question answered. Mr. Polyev.
Well, Mr. Carney, you point out that Donald Trump has a wrong-headed idea of putting a tax on our mines and our industry, and that is wrong. But so do you. You want to apply a massive industrial carbon tax on Canadian mines, Canadian steel mills, Canadian aluminum plants,
You want to let them just pollute as
Canadian
much as they
oil
want?
and gas. And your idea is to double the tax that Trump is applying by hitting them a second time. This will do nothing for the environment. It will actually ship our jobs south of the border,
So Mr. Pollier's plan is let them
like
pollute as much as they
President
want.
Trump
Not a good plan.
wants. My plan is to bring that production home here to Canada. For example, I will give a tax credit to low-emitting Canadian industry like Quebec's aluminum, for example, or British Columbia's natural gas, so that we not only bring home the production, but we do it below global average levels of emissions, so that we actually help the environment while bringing
wants to
home
let
the
big
jobs
polluters
for our
pollute
people
We have to let him
at the same time. That is a sensible, pragmatic approach that puts us in charge of our economic destiny, so we can stand up to the Americans from a position of strength for a change.
Mr. Carney, we've got. Hang on a second. I want to give you a chance to speak to Mr. Singh's criticism about oil and gas subsidies and Mr. Polyev's criticism about the industrial carbon tax.
Okay, I'm going to.
This is actually true. I just looked this up. Canada provides more government support for oil and gas production per unit of GDP than any other G7 country. In 2023, Canada spent 0.16% of its GDP on fossil fuel subsidies, nearly triple its spending on renewable energy, which roughly amounts to, where is that figure? G7 fossil fuel subsidies rose 15% overall from 16 to 2023, reaching 1.36 trillion. So they subsidize fossil fuels, but they also applied a carbon tax. So they kneecapped the industry, but they also sent money to them. So in the end, the only person that gets fucked is the taxpayer, because we're left footing the bill for all of it. We're both getting money taken away from us because of the carbon tax, and we're getting money taken away from us because we are subsidizing it. Because where's that government money coming from? We pay for those subsidies. It's incestuous.
I'm going to make 3 points. I'll make 4 if you want me to respond to that, but I want to make 3. The first is that I answered this question last night, but I think the puck had already dropped in the Canadians game, so not everyone heard it. Yes, end to oil and gas subsidies.
That's why you need New Democrats.
Secondly, I would have done it independently. Secondly, recognizing that the biggest component of that was the cost of building Keystone.
Yeah, you just told them to calm down. We're going to be independent.
Helped to increase oil and gas oil exports rather by 50% in this country. That is an asset of the people of Canada. We own it. And the question of what to do it. So it's not a subsidy that has disappeared. It's actually an asset of Canada. Let me make a third point, though, in terms of where the oil and gas industry, and particularly the oil industry, wants to and needs to go, which is to become low carbon in the production and transportation of oil. One of the big
low carbon oil
we need to move forward with is carbon capture and
My
storage.
favorite.
The Pathways Project. So that we have oil and gas that is competitive, not just today, 10 years from now, and 20 years from now.
Who the fuck grips a pen like that? Who the fuck grips it? What the fuck is that? What? Who grips a pen like that? What is wrong with this guy?
No, I don't think we can see the pen properly.
Who the fuck grips a pen with his fucking index finger like that? What the fuck? This guy's got like this guy's got like a claw hand.
I don't think it's weaved in there like you think it is.
Bro,
I don't think
that's
it's between his index and his middle finger.
Yes, it is.
As the world uses less, we want to have more market share. We need to do that.
I don't know.
My government.
I don't trust that guy. See? You just saw it.
more market share. We need to do that. My government.
Look at it. Play it in slow-mo.
You can't see it from there.
Play it in slow-mo. What does that look like to you? Hold on.
That's a 50-50. Oh my, are you actually going to enhance this right now?
Enhance.
Look at this. You can't tell what this is.
Hold on.
Fuck right off.
You want to tell me that that's not in between his fucking fingers? Bro. Come on. Are you serious?
Know.
Whoops.
We'll move that.
But by definition, a subsidy isn't when we buy a pipeline. I'm talking about subsidies that go to oil and gas companies. Independent, separate from the country, oil and gas companies. That's what I'm talking about.
The figure you quoted last night included the cost of the pipeline.
Do you want to address
billions
his
of
point?
dollars we're spending. We got to stop spending.
Sorry, can we get you to address his point about the industrial carbon tax?
How much will the industrial carbon tax add to the price of a car?
So the first thing I want to say is we have. I'm going to address the broader point. Broader point.
How often do you buy cars?
Point is the entire absence of a climate plan from Mr. Polyev, which, by the way, is going to put our industry and our country at a disadvantage as we're looking for new trading partners. Guess what? Most people want to deepen our partnership in Europe, in Asia. Those countries care about whether or not you've made progress. Second thing is,
China cares.
We're designing a program so that the big polluters pay Canadians at home for making responsible climate choices, for retrofitting their home, getting their emissions down, or improving other
The gas pumps.
That is smart climate policy. It's better for the big polluters and it's better for Canadians.
Chair Polyev.
Mr. Carney didn't answer my question. I asked how much would an industrial carbon tax on Canadian steel add to the price of a car? And he won't answer because he knows that it will be very expensive because there's lots of steel in cars. Now, Mr. Carney has temporarily
But do you know the answer?
hidden the
you don't know
carbon
the answer
tax.
either. You're just throwing out random
thousands of dollars. Thousands of
Just
dollars.
making it up, though. You don't
Extra
know.
cost. When you
Shut
What
the
is this, schoolyard
fuck?
bullshit? Do you hear this garbage?
Shut the fuck up. What? Oh, you don't know the answer? Yeah, because he's not the one arguing for the fucking policy. Yo, he's actually unhinged. Like, look, bias aside, like, he's legit, like, he's lost the plot. He's just throwing, like, jabs at anyone that'll take him. And at this point, it's easier to throw it against the conservatives because his government banded together with the liberals. So he doesn't have any recourse. He has to go after the conservatives. So he's just like, every time he's interrupting, like, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about?
I actually do know the answer to that question. He's wrong.
When you add taxes to steel, you raise the price of everything that uses steel. When you add taxes
straw man argument to say, do you know the price?
When you add the carbon tax onto the price of, for example, fertilizer, you increase the price of food. So while Mr. Carney has temporarily hidden the liberal carbon tax at the pumps while keeping the tax fully in law and planning to raise it after the election, he's also going after a tax on our industry that will ultimately be passed on to you. After a lost liberal decade of rising costs, we cannot afford a fourth liberal term. We need a new government that will fully axe the carbon tax, increase the jobs that we have here in Canada, and bring down your cost of living.
We've got just a little over 3 minutes left in this segment. So, Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, do you think climate change is still a priority from Canadians? You're out there. What are you hearing?
Absolutely. You speak to any young person and they think, we're seeing climate crisis in front of us happening right now. You speak to seniors who say, we used to be able to live in our homes without air conditioning, and now we're seeing heat.
Relax with that Rolex, buddy.
Worries about extreme weather. We're seeing flooding. We're seeing forest fires like never before. We are living in a climate crisis. So Canadians are absolutely worried about it. As soon as we come into a summer, we start seeing those forest fires again. It's top of mind for Canadians because they're living it, they're seeing it. And I want those Canadians to know, Mr. Carney is not going to end those fossil fuel subsidies unless I'm there to fight back. Mr. Polyev wants to let big polluters pollute as much as they want, poison our beautiful land, our water, and air. He wants to let them dump into our oceans. I'm going to fight back and defend our environment.
Monsieur Blanchet.
I just want to point out, I asked Perplexity to give me a graph based on the Canadian national average gasoline price during Trudeau's government. Going from 2015, it fucking went from $1 to 2.4. And even if we look at this downward trend here, it's still at $1.6.
Yeah, those aren't good numbers.
So, anyways,
On the issue of whether or not people still care about climate change.
I think people should be kept very informed about climate change because we are in a very strange denial situation about climate change, which still exists and is very expensive. And I'm sorry to crash your party, guys, but you are telling fairy tales. Clean oil and gas is a fairy tale. Large-scale carbon sequestration, sorry, I'm French, is a fairy tale. It does not exist. If
did you know he's French?
I wanted to exploit oil and gas, and it were not a matter of pollution.
No way.
This is the first I'm hearing of it.
That's their business. Our own powerhouse in terms of energy in Quebec is clean energy. We are the best place in the world to achieve that. Our market is the northeastern part, Democrat part of United States. We want to keep our money to create wealth in Quebec for Quebecers.
Let me give
us
Mr.
be different because we can afford
Monsieur
to be
Blanchet,
different.
let me give. I will get to you because I said I would. But you've taken a couple of hits here, and I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the things that people on this side of the stage have said.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we do support protecting the environment. We want to ban the dumping of raw sewage into our waters. We want to hold large corporations to high environmental standards to protect our water and air. But we cannot do that by raising taxes and sending jobs overseas, as Mr. Carney is proposing to do. That has been the approach of the last 10 years of the Liberal government. What the biggest companies that develop our resources say is that we need to repeal the Liberal anti-development law C-69, a law Mr. Carney wants to keep in place. They say we need to repeal the industrial carbon tax and get rid of the Liberal energy cap. We need 6 months approvals in order to take back energy security and energy sovereignty.
We can summarize that. He wants to conclude as much as possible.
Hang on. Last word to Mr. Carney in this segment, please.
Thank you very much. You know, I was born in Fort Smith in the Northwest Territories, just north of what the oil sands became.
And then I spent all my life in England.
Growing up in Edmonton, early days, it was a fairy tale, quote unquote. But you know what happened? Canadian ingenuity, Canadian engineers, Canadian governments, both the federal government and the Alberta government got together and converted this.
The worst pollution
if I may,
in the world.
If I may,
The worst
may I finish? May I finish?
10 more seconds to finish, please. Let him.
The worst pollution in the world?
Worst pollution in the world? Okay.
The worst pollution in the world? The worst pollution in the world, he says? Really? This is the worst Wait, what's that? Wait, James, what is that?
Are those car tires?
Wait, what is that? Those don't look like... No, I mean, they do look like Canadians, but what is that? What? This language? No, it's Canadian. Yeah, no, on the cars. Yeah, no, it's Canadian. But what is that fire? I wonder what that is. Oh, it's the largest landfill in India. On fire.
Oh, that's weird.
Because there's so much fucking garbage that they just stacked on top of it that it just self-ignited. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god.
Can't believe Canada did that.
Holy shit. Oh my god, the Alberta oil sands. Whoa. They're not on fire. That's fucking crazy. It's just a bunch of sand.
They're not on fire.
It's just a bunch of sand on the ground. Wow. Fucking Christ.
That's the opportunity we have. That's the opportunity we have in carbon capture. That's the opportunity we have in small modular reactors. That's the opportunity we have in hydrogen beyond. This country can be a clean energy superpower. My government will help deliver it.
And that is time for this segment. Gentlemen, let us go to our final.
Once again. The time.
Yeah.
Final theme, which is called Leading in a Crisis.
Canadians know how
They about to talk about COVID?
Canadians know how to get through a difficult time.
If, at the end of the day, we end
Oh
up
no, they're
with
talking about
a
the economic crisis.
Canadians know how to get jabbed.
could be in any other scenario.
Now is not a time for weakness. Now is the time to take back control.
Canadians are always ready when someone else drops the gloves.
Okay, leading in a crisis is a pretty broad theme that allows us to explore many different avenues here. So let's get to it. Mr. Carney, you get the first question this time.
Oh,
We
yeah.
haven't balanced a budget in this country in 17 years, and 10 of those years were under your party. You have pledged to get us to a balanced budget in 3 years. Question is, how?
Bro, I just heard Pierre get hard.
Let me put this in the
Yeah.
context of leading in a crisis, which is in a crisis, you got to plan for the worst. Worst is that the U.S. actually does want to take us over. Secondly, you got to have a plan to build, and that'll include a fiscal plan, and I will get to that in a second. The third thing is you need to respond in a crisis with overwhelming force. You need to think big. You need to move rapidly. The things we've been discussing today are a subset of what we can and should do as a nation, and we can deliver. And government can play a role, but its role has to be catalytic. And so our approach is that we will slow the rate of spending. It's been growing at 9% a year, operational spending, program spending, away from transfers individual, 9% a year. We'll slow that to 2%. We will focus on a small amount of capital spending by the federal government in order to drive enormous private investment up to $500 billion by 5 years.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Ukraine surely constitutes a crisis. Leading in a time of crisis, Mr. Poilievre, question for you. If the United States withholds support from Ukraine going forward, do you believe Canada should commit more to assist?
I believe we should continue to support Ukraine. Our party
Fuck right off.
Donating missiles that the Canadian military was decommissioning. We supported funds and other armaments to back the Ukrainians in the defense of their sovereignty. We also need to rebuild our own Canadian military because the Russians want to make incursions into our waters. We'll be buying 4 massive Arctic icebreakers. I'll be opening the first Arctic base since the Cold War in Canada, CFB Iqaluit. We're going to double the size of the Arctic Rangers and fill the vacancies in our Canadian armed forces. We need a change to rebuild our military, which has been so disintegrated under the cuts and the mismanagement of the last 10 years. But we can have a change because we have the best soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the world, and they will have full backing from my government if you give me the honor of becoming Prime Minister.
I may come back to that one in the open forum because I'm not sure we got an answer about Ukraine on that one, but okay.
Well,
going on. Monsieur Blanchet.
Yeah, we did. You said it right in the beginning.
We'll get more details, perhaps, as we go forward.
Yeah.
Monsieur Blanchet, given the U.S. trade war, should any talk of a referendum on Quebec independence be put on pause?
Oh, thank God.
One is easy. It will happen only after the negotiation is over, and that's a good thing. I want to say I support the idea. We must help Ukraine, but we also must help the civilians of Gaza, and we must destroy Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. You know what? I don't want to be the leader of Canada. You will understand that. I don't want to be Prime Minister. But I can offer to be a partner.
Why the fuck are you here?
Partner, a collaborative partner. If Quebec is respected in its differences.
He's Mr. Quebec, that's why.
Aluminum industry,
Dude.
wood industry, and culture.
What the
and French
fuck?
language, and values of secularity of the state, which is the price to be paid in order to have real equality. Then, if we are respected, we will be a
This
partner,
party is
and
Quebec
then
extremists.
even Canada will be stronger in its negotiation against Donald Trump. This is what I am offering. Respect us.
Mr. Singh, I watched.
Just a quick little factoid. I asked Perplexity how much money Canada has spent in Ukraine during the conflict, and since the invasion in February 2022, the total assistance exceeds $20 billion.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that.
$20 billion that we've given to Ukraine for trenches
But dude, I
that
can't believe
haven't
you just
moved.
said that. I can't believe you just said in a federal debate, I don't want to be Prime Minister.
And you'll understand. So like
That's unbelievable.
instead of just like having a meeting with whoever wins after this election, you decided to
At
go to this
least play
debate.
the part. Don't say aloud, "I don't want to be prime minister."
I hope the moderator grills him on that. I hope he asks him a question. So like, so what are you doing here then?
Play
If
the
you
role at least. Fuck me. Wow.
like, sorry to not actually, I'm not sorry to say this. He comes off as a stereotypical arrogant Frenchman. Like that's what he's coming off as. Like, oh, you better do as we say, or else. Like, what?
Yeah.
Canada and Quebec. You're in Canada.
Quebec is Canada.
And then when you ask him about the referendum, oh, we have to wait and see. We have to wait for the vote. It's after the meeting. Like, just leave. You guys can hold a referendum anytime.
Last night's debate, you seemed very eager to talk about healthcare, so let's talk a little more healthcare.
Oh, let's go.
You have made
There we go.
many promises on healthcare. If a province says to you, we'll take your money for healthcare, but not your conditions on how to spend it, what do you do?
We've got to negotiate. We can't be giving away money without clear conditions. We're in a healthcare crisis right now, and a crisis that is hurting people across this country. People are waiting desperately in line in emergency rooms for hours and hours. Seniors are waiting for years and years to get the care that they need for surgeries that would remove pain or help them deal with mobility issues. We're in a serious crisis. Healthcare workers are burnt out. They are overstretched. And what we're seeing is more and more privatization, and that is hurting our public universal healthcare system.
My programs are failing, and I need more money so that the programs don't fail.
So we've got to fight back against it. We
Yeah.
cannot allow our public money to go to a for-profit private clinic lining the pockets of a rich CEO or investors instead of going towards care. We need to make sure that we are investing in solutions where care gets to people, not profiting those at the very top. And so that's my commitment. I'm going to fight to make sure we defend our healthcare against the threats of Americanization and privatization.
Okay, we now go to open forum debate, and perhaps, Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word here. This might be a good time to put a little more flesh on the bone of what you think Canada could do for Ukraine if the U.S. backs out.
Yes, and my answer is that we should continue to support Ukraine. We don't need to follow the Americans in everything they do. When they're wrong, then we will stand on our own and with other allies. And with respect to Ukraine, that of course includes support with intelligence, equipment, armaments, but it also includes defunding Putin. Right now, Vladimir Putin has a monopoly on the European energy market because, frankly, the Liberals blocked exports of Canadian natural gas off the Atlantic coast. They blocked multiple projects. I would rapidly approve those projects on national security grounds so that we can actually ship Canadian natural gas over to Europe, break European dependence on Putin, defund the war, and turn dollars for dictators back into paychecks for our people.
Mr. Carney, you wanted to add.
Well, I want to go to the situation in Ukraine because it's very important. We've been a steadfast, Canada has been a steadfast ally, and Canadians have stepped up, welcoming Ukrainians into their homes and supporting them in other ways. In my first month as Prime Minister, we joined the coalition of the willing to support Ukraine as the U.S. stepped back. So
I mean, your only month as Prime Minister.
The United Kingdom, with Ukraine, number European nations, Australia, ourselves, New Zealand. That's an example of how the new world is going to be. Canada participating in these areas and helping. It also means open trade. Mr. Poilievre voted against free trade agreement with Ukraine. It means aid for Ukraine. Mr. Poilievre wants to cut foreign aid, including.
It means clapping for Nazis that we welcome into Parliament. That's what it also means.
Mm.
It means inviting Zelensky to honor an actual Nazi and to celebrate him. He's a Ukrainian hero, Canadian hero, and we thank him all for his service as a Nazi. Anyways, go on.
For Ukraine or not. He didn't mention support for aid for Ukraine. We have to stand by them. We have to be there, and this government has been.
Mr. Singh.
New Democrats absolutely support standing with Ukraine and will continue to do that. But I appreciate the opportunity in talking about leadership in crisis, talk about many of the crises that we're up against. And one of the crises we're up against in our country with
the healthcare
threat of
crisis.
Donald Trump, with the threat of the trade war, and with the privatization and Americanization of our healthcare system is the healthcare system. And what we have learned today, Mr. Carney mentioned slowing operation spending. That's a cut to services. He said his plan. He has a plan to balance the operating budget within 3 years. That's going to require massive cuts to spending. We calculated that at $43 billion in cuts. In fact, Rosemary Barton, when he was on the show on February 16th, he said he would cut spending. He said it would be in operations. He defined it as transfers in health. And finally, longtime Liberal and former House Leader Karina Gould said that Mr. Carney's plans would mean massive cuts. That's the only way to achieve it. So, Mr. Carney, do you think it is leadership to cut health care at a time when it is in crisis? I think it is wrong. We can't do that.
We will not cut transfers for healthcare. We will not cut healthcare spending full stop.
But
we'll
Mr.
have
Carney,
a detail, if I may.
Who do we believe, Mr. Carney, today, or the one he spoke on Rosemary Barton's show on February 16th, the one that repeated again that he would cut spending? Who do we believe?
If I may, consistently said we'll preserve all transfers to the provinces, including the increases. We will preserve all the transfers to individuals, I won't detail them all, but there. So we're looking at addressing an operational spend, which is about $150 billion. We will address that. We will make it more efficient, and we will do it in 3 years, and we'll balance that budget.
Mr. Blanchet.
I am 6 minutes behind Mr. Carney, so I will speak a little bit longer. First, I will support any initiative which will bring Canada aligned with Europe and NATO in order to be stronger and facing new threats.
Good.
I believe that 2% won't be enough. I'm not more in favor of war than anybody else, but we have responsibilities, and our main ally is removing himself from the stage. So we have to step up. We have to do our part. I want to go somewhere else entirely, however. I want to ask Mr. Carney, if we're speaking about leadership here, if Quebec and Canada were to say, you are not being given a majority government, there will be more conservatives than you would like, maybe more New Democrats than you would like, and more people from the bloc than you would like. Will you accept, because you don't seem to be very eager about that, to deal with people which basically are more experienced than you are, as legitimate as you are, and would be more representative altogether than you would be being alone in your little kingdom? And I want also
What the fuck?
to propose to you all guys that
Nice.
1 week after the election, we all meet, whatever the result, and we start dealing with this crisis together, because this is what people, either they are from Alberta or Quebec or wherever, this is what people expect from us.
Mr. Carney, is that something you could get behind?
I look forward to meeting with everyone. You're welcome to come, Steve, if you'd like. Week after crisis, but
That's
also,
not
but in
very-
all
that's not very respectful.
No, but I'll
That's
come.
not very
but I'm
respectful.
coming. On peut jaser un peu. Okay, I come to the core.
On jase.
Yeah, okay, I'll come to the core. Look,
He's coming.
in a crisis, yes, you need a team, and you need to bring
On gun.
the country along with
On
you.
gun.
So what I did in the first week was to bring the premiers together, meet with all the Indigenous leaders, and move forward in that context. Now the question is, who's going to lead out of this?
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm going to come.
Whoever leads out of this, if I may, Mr. Blanchet, merci, thank you. Whoever's going to lead out of this is going to need to work with all the provinces, work with Labour, work with Indigenous leaders, work with all Canadians to bring them forward in a united front. And if I'll make this last point, one of the things that has happened, which is a credit to those people at home, is that Canadians are coming together. And it's our responsibility to meet the strength of Canadian unity.
Still lagging. I have one small point to make. You will be elected, if you are elected, in a parliament where there are other leaders. I don't know if he called you, or Mr. Poilievre, I don't know if he called you, but before yesterday, you have not spoken to me once, even if I proposed it so many times. But you say, I speak to provinces' leaders. You're not elected in provinces. You are in a parliament where people are to make decisions which might not always suit you. But this is democracy,
I'm
which
going to
you
jump
don't know
in.
too much about.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm noticing what the clock is saying, and you brought up Gaza earlier, and I think our audience would be interested in hearing your views on the other major international crisis facing the
I just
world
want to
right
get
now.
this, before we get that, just to finish up on the healthcare, I just want to speak to healthcare workers right now. We're deeply worried about the status of our healthcare
Oh my
system.
God.
To Canadians who believe and love our universal public healthcare system, to patients,
Bro.
if you're worried about which Mr. Carney to believe, the one today or the one who spoke on Freebie shows,
My liver can't take this, man.
Vote for New Democrats, and we will fight to defend our healthcare.
I think your
we will
supporters
never let
would really
anyone
like
cut
to
it.
hear what you have to say about this question, and we have less than 5 minutes for it here. What role should Canada play in the other major international crisis in this world, in the Middle East and the war in Gaza? Pierre Poilievre, would you start us off on that? What role can Canada play?
Well, first of all, we must condemn Hamas, and more importantly, the terror sponsors in Tehran who initiated the attacks, the horrific attacks of October 7th. We need to defeat the terrorists so that all the peoples of the world can live in peace and defend the right of, yes, Palestinians to have their own lives free from the oppression of Hamas dictators and Iranian intervention, while Israel has the ability to live in freedom and peace. But I also want to say, we need to get back to the Canadian tradition, which is that when people come to this country, they leave foreign conflicts behind. The rampaging riots targeting Jewish communities is utterly unacceptable, and it points to the growing chaos that we see on our streets after 10 years of incredibly irresponsible liberal policies of weak borders, of dividing people into groups, of saying one thing to one group and the opposite to another, dividing and conquering. We must end that division and unite our people so that everyone feels safe, and that when we come here, we put our foreign conflicts behind and we put Canada
People,
first.
people come from countries from around the world.
Let
they
'em
care
cook,
deeply
man.
about where they come from, and they should be able to do so. That's a part of being in our country, to have that freedom. Your treatment of
Hold on.
and they should be able to.
Mr.
People
Singh,
come
please,
from
go
countries
ahead.
from around the world, and they care deeply about where they come from, and they should be able to do so. That's a part of being in our country, to have that freedom. Your treatment of Palestinians has been frankly disgusting. Your treatment of people who provide care and service for people in Gaza has been disgusting. On top of that, people in Israel and in Palestine deserve to live in peace and security. And Mr. Carney, to date, you've not acknowledged that what's going on in Gaza is now clearly become a genocide. It's important to call things out as they are, and you've not done that.
Mr. Carney.
We need to work, to go to your question, we need to work with our international partners, maximum pressure, maximum encouragement for an immediate ceasefire. That's the first thing. Encourage the return of all of the hostages. Resumption of humanitarian aid. My government put in place $100 million of humanitarian aid, which is ready to go. With respect to where this ultimately goes, yes, two-state solution, but it has to be a viable and free Palestinian state, living side by side in peace and security with the state of Israel. I will underscore one other thing. Mr. Poilievre rightly mentioned Iran. The Iranian sponsors in this region, we have to be clear-eyed about the fundamental risks of Iran and do everything with our international partners to check it and turn it.
Bishop Blanche.
What are we gonna do about all the Gazans that they're trying to import to Canada? Anybody gonna field that question at any moment? Is anybody gonna talk about that? How they wanna take all these refugees in and put them amongst communities where Jews live? Or within a bus drive's distance of them?
Well, Pierre kind of touched on that.
Yeah, but like not like the plan is to immigrate them. It's one thing for people to come over willingly here and then bring their bullshit. It's another thing for us to literally import people from a conflict zone and then force them to live in the same country where literally down the block you can find a Jewish person. Like if this is how Canadians have reacted to this whole conflict is some of these people are so extremist that they literally shoot up Jewish schools and whatnot, and go to these neighborhoods and picket sign them and do parades in the middle of downtown and ruin Jewish businesses, or at least like protest them. If that's happening right now without even these Gazans here, what happens when we get a ton of them? Like, is anybody gonna talk about that?
If we are to work together, we will have to be consistent. The Jewish community in Quebec and Canada is harassed by a very little minority of radical Islamists. And we don't do so much. The law in Canada says that somebody may invite people to be violent, to propose genocide against another people if they can be hidden behind a religious motivation. They are in agreement with that. They are in agreement with that. They are in agreement with that. And we say it is a crime to invite people to violence and killing other people. And this is what is being done very often in Canada and Quebec with the approval of the Criminal Code of Canada. And we are saying this has to be changed. We have to change what we do before we want people elsewhere to change what they do.
Last minute in this segment, Monsieur Poliev.
Okay, you actually touched on that a little bit.
Crises and leadership. And one
Yeah, he
crisis
did.
we have is in immigration. Because of this Liberal government's commitment to a radical policy called the Century Initiative, which seeks to bring our population up to 100 million people, they have allowed massive overcrowding in our communities. That has caused housing shortages, job shortages,
Don't blame immigration
and healthcare
for the fault of your government.
And if I could,
the fact that you did
sorry,
not
I didn't
invest
interrupt
in
you.
housing,
I did
you
not
built 6
interrupt you,
homes.
sir. I did
That's
not
wrong.
interrupt you.
Don't blame.
I do not blame.
your
If I could,
Let him finish.
Shut the
I do
fuck
not blame
up.
Immigrants. I blame the Liberal government, which brought this policy on. And Mr. Carney wants to continue with the Century Initiative. This is crazy. We have to get back to normal levels of immigration, get rid of the fraud in the temporary immigration system, and ensure that the people who come here can arrive in numbers that we can house, employ, and care for. That's how it always was, and that's how we're going to restore
Thank
it.
you, Mr. Poliev. That is our time for this segment. Those are our 5 themes, but we are not done yet. We are entering the next section of our debate tonight, what we're calling the leader's choice, something a little bit different. Each of you will get the chance to ask a question, any question, of any other leader.
Oh, here we go.
And then debate the answer, and each one on one will last for 3 minutes.
Whoa.
Mr. Singh, you have the first option here. Who
Ding,
do you
ding,
want?
ding. Let's go.
Go for it.
Mr. Carney, as chair of Brookfield Investments, your company is one of the biggest tax dodgers in Canada. Decisions where Brookfield Investments bought up affordable homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rates. As Prime Minister, one of the
Let's
first things you did
fucking
was a
go.
tax cut that helped out mostly millionaires. And you have planned to cut services for people. Now, I expect that of Mr. Pierre Poilievre and the Conservatives. That's very much a conservative plan. But my concern is that doesn't sound like what people want for a Liberal leader. So my question to you is, Mr. Carney, whose side are you really on?
Thank you very much for that question.
I'm on the side of Canadians.
I'm on the side of Canadians. I'm in
What?
Canadians. I work for Canadians.
But your track record doesn't show that, though.
No, I have a track record of public service for this country. Go back to something Mr. Blanchet referenced earlier, which is...
Yo, I'll represent the Green Party. Put me in, coach.
We're in Quebec. If you ask anyone in the finance industry, if you ask anyone in government in Quebec in 2008, they'll know that I resolved the biggest crisis
You'll do that?
in Quebec. Yeah.
You want to have fun?
On Yves, good, but
60 million of
but
dollars.
I'm
This
in
is for
fairness
these two only.
with Mr.
This is for
Singh.
these two.
You resolved it?
Yes, I have
Single-handedly?
had a long career in the private sector. I'm proud of that career. I've always acted with integrity, and it brings me with experience that I can apply
No one's
in this
questioning your
moment,
integrity,
moment
sir.
of crisis.
And you certainly have served the country. But the problem is who have you served? You've served to benefit those at the very top. You jacked up the price of homes for people living in affordable homes as a strategic decision. You dodged taxes. And then your decisions as Prime Minister show you're not prioritizing people, but you're prioritizing big business, billionaires.
So what have we done as a government directly? So we've gone directly to workers using all of our proceeds from the tariffs, committing all of them for workers, the workers most affected in
But the
industries.
employment insurance isn't high enough.
Unlike others who
But the amount,
plan
though,
to
let's talk about the amount.
use them to cut taxes. We are
The amount
focused
of
on.
the EI is not high enough, though. You have to accept that. Right now,
There will be additional programs. I am fully confident that
More
the next
programs.
government, whatever government is formed, or certainly if I'm in the next government, we will make
Jagmeet's happy to hear
additional
that.
programs,
But you didn't do that
for
so
those
far,
work-
though.
Well, I can't.
You could have.
Couldn't. Well, you couldn't, given that we're in an election process.
Could have increased the amount, though.
May I make a core point here, if I may, which is that when you think about workers here today and people watching at home, particularly younger people, there is an enormous opportunity in the trades, in the skilled trades. We are going to build this country in a way that has not been seen before. We are literally talking about hundreds of thousands, not jobs, but careers
But I
in
think
the
people
trade.
are worried, Mr.
And
Carney,
that's
that-
why we're investing in apprenticeships and mid-career.
But I think people are worried, Mr. Carney, if New Democrats aren't there to force liberals to make sure they remember about people, they will forget.
Gentlemen, that is time.
Just a quick little summary of Mark Carney's fund and what they've done. In 2023-2024, Brookfield's Global Transition Fund, managed by Carney, was accused of distributing anti-union materials, leaflets, crossword puzzles, and videos to intimidate workers organizing to join the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. U.S. Representative Brendan Boyle criticized Brookfield for benefiting from taxpayer subsidies while engaging in these practices. And another incident, Brookfield-owned management allegedly hired Quest Consulting, a union avoidance firm, during efforts by workers, predominantly immigrants, women, and people of color, to unionize. The National Labor Relations Board found 43 violations of the U.S. labor law in May 2023. And then in 2022, similar anti-union tactics were reported, including coercive statements and interference with organizing efforts. And they've also used Bermuda-based funds, which has also obviously drawn criticism during this election, in relation to tax avoidance. So I think that'll answer his question, Jagmeet's question there, but go on.
Thank you for that. Monsieur Blanchet, you have the next question. To whom would you like to put it?
Mr. Carney, you avoided quite, I would say, skillfully the questions of Mr. Singh. But first, let me correct something. In 2008, not so much by your decision, $10 billion were given to car industry in Ontario, while 60 millions, not billions of dollars, were lent to lumberwood throughout the whole of Canada. I don't believe that's the right way to manage a crisis, since you did not recoup the money from the car industry. Then, you have been the manager of Brookfield. It's supposed to be a green investment fund, but we now know that 50% of the investments of Brookfield is in fossil fuel. It's not so green. You seem to want to support oil and gas industry. That's interesting. You want to support prefab housing, and it's also in the investments of Brookfield, but not in Canada. You want to support nuclear power, smaller reactors, which are more dangerous, by the way, and Brookfield has investments in Westinghouse. You have hidden the money of Brookfield in Bermuda and Cayman Island, $30 billion. Billions of dollars lost for Canada. You are having your taxes being paid by families, workers, elders in Canada and Quebec instead of paying your own taxes. So I want to know, will you, before the election, reveal all the details of your assets, as Mr. Singh has done, as Mr. Poiliev has done, and as I have done? We have a right to know under those circumstances.
Let's let him answer.
Well, the first thing is I want to say a word about. I'll say a word about Brookfield. This is a Canadian success story. It is the largest infrastructure investor and developer in the world. It is one of the largest, if not the largest, developer of renewable power in the world. And who benefits from that? That's Canadian pensioners. That's Quebec pensioners. That is teachers. That is firefighters. It is a series of people, including individuals on this stage, benefit from that. Now, always acted with integrity, served the shareholders of Brookfield when I was there. I have left that. I have followed all the rules well in advance. I have followed all the rules well in advance.
Let's reveal your assets like we all did.
And working for the people of Canada.
What do you own? Why
And that
don't
is time,
you tell
gentlemen.
Canadians and
That is
Quebecers
time.
what you own?
Monsieur Blanchet, we're moving on to Mr. Polyev now.
You
who
spent
has
2
the
minutes
chance to
asking the fucking question.
like here,
Yeah.
and that would be
Mr. Carney, but if I could begin by setting the stage. The choice in this election is after a lost Liberal decade of rising cost and crime and a falling economy under America's thumb. Do we want to elect them to a 4th term? Or do we want to change? Change so that you can afford food and homes. Change so that you can be safe on your street, and change so that your paycheck grows faster than your cost of living. Change with a new Conservative government. Because Mr. Carney has not changed. Mr. Carney, in 2020, it was recorded, you began advising Justin Trudeau. It's still on the Liberal Party website today that you are Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. They might want to update your website on that. On June 3rd of 2021, you said that inflation would be a sign of economic progress. And you advised governments, including Justin Trudeau's, your Liberal government, to print money, which led to the worst inflation crisis in a generation. Now, that means that mothers went to bed with empty fridges and empty bank accounts, worried how they'd feed their kids, that seniors worried they'd be evicted from their homes, that young people believed they'd never be able to own a home in the first place. Now, in retrospect, that you look back on the Liberal decisions that you advised Justin Trudeau to take, will you look at the camera in the eye and
Oh,
apologize to
don't
the
do
many people
that.
who suffered as a result of the inflationary policies that you advised Justin
That's not a
Trudeau to
question.
You know,
No.
I said earlier, but I'm going to say it again. I know you want to be running against Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau isn't here.
Are you denying
I
you
am
were his
here.
economic advisor?
I did not provide any of that advice. I did not provide any of that
It's
advice.
on the Liberal Party
I'm sorry.
website. Are you accusing your Liberal Party of lying about your role? Because it says today you can go to the Liberal Party website now, and it says that you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor.
The way you judge someone, in my view, is how they act, what they do when they have responsibility. Twice I was a central bank governor. And in both cases, if I may, in both cases when I was responsible for inflation, inflation was less than 2%. I'll add that when I was here responsible for the Bank of Canada, inflation was less than 2%. Our dollar was at parity. That is the kind of success that I can deliver for this country coming out of this crisis. And what is at stake here?
You were the economic advisor
What is
to
at
Justin
stake
Trudeau that gave us the worst inflation that we have had in a generation, because the policies that you implemented and those of the
Jesus
MPs that are
fuck.
still in your ministry.
To the
fellow Canadians,
crisis which
the last 10 years
Oh
has
my
been about the
gosh.
Liberals. The next 10 years should be about you.
And that's time. Mr. Carney.
Jesus
This is the next
Christ.
Well, I'm going to ask myself a question. Actually, I'm going to ask a question which has been troubling me. And it's troubling me because, you know, we are in a...
Who are you asking it to,
very dangerous
dumbass?
and divided world.
Who is it to?
I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Polyev.
Okay, thank you.
We're in a dangerous and divided world. We talked earlier about the challenges in the Middle East, the threats from Iran, threats from Russia, Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We have the threats from China, which I raised. We have the United States, which is
You literally met with Chinese officials, you fucking
its
retard.
security relationships, its commercial relationships. We have all this. And in the context of that, everyone on this stage, Mr. Blanchet, Mr. Singh, myself, we have our top secret security clearance.
Oh, really?
I got mine within 3 weeks. It wasn't hard.
This is your heavy-hitting question?
I could be in a position to be informed about that dangerous world and take decisions.
Polyev is gonna wipe the floor with you.
It is now 950 days, if my
This is a layup.
numbers are right. Since
He
you
can't
had the
fuck this up.
opportunity to get your top secret security clearance, and you've refused. Why?
Well, first of all, I have got my security clearance when I was a minister. I got top secret clearance at the time, so there's no problem getting that. But when the government made this recent offer, they said that if I got the secret security clearance briefings, that I would be gagged under the security law, and I could be prosecuted if I spoke freely about matters of foreign interference. Now, given that Canada has experienced Chinese interference by Beijing, the government of China, in 2 consecutive elections, I needed to do my job to speak freely without fear of prosecution. And that was not something I would be allowed to do. Even Thomas Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, said that when he was the leader of the opposition, he never would have accepted the kind of gag order that your government and Mr. Trudeau's government was attempting to impose on me. And it's good that I'd made that decision, because it has allowed me to speak freely about things like the case where one of your candidates, sir,
oh my God, like,
actually said that he wanted to send a political opponent to China under a bounty threatening his life or imprisonment, and you refused to get rid of him. Now, it might have something to do with the fact that you went to China not long ago to get a $250 million loan.
oh my God.
But the reality is, you refused to stand up for a Canadian who was being threatened by a foreign government, and I was able to speak freely on that matter because I refused the gag order that the Liberal government attempted.
What was he thinking?
Yeah. I think people at home have seen a robust debate here, and it's been a robust campaign, and it has not stopped Mr. Blanchet or Mr. Singh at times during his campaign by making challenges with respect to these issues. So one can address it. I will observe, as someone with a top secret security clearance, that China is not the only country that is accused of foreign interference.
And gentlemen, that is time
We'll leave
for
it
the
at
segment. That's our time. Now,
Are you serious? That was it?
Jesus.
Like, you didn't go after him for the convoy or like attacking women's rights or like being like Trump, like none of that. You decided to hit him with the easiest thing he could refute, and then you gave him airtime to say it without interrupting him at all. He just let him speak.
Yeah, true.
What the fuck was that? Look, I'm not disappointed, but like you just like Pierre just handed you the bullets and you just took the gun and put it right to your fucking temple. What the fuck is that? No, but like this is something that has been in the news for the longest time, and the CBC and Globe and Mail have extensively said, "Oh my God, how is it that Pierre Poilievre can't fucking get security clearance?" And then Tom Mulcair goes on CTV and says, "Hey, the reason that he's not getting it is because he would be placed under a gag order." And even I, as someone from the party that doesn't support the Conservatives, can understand why that would be harmful for the opposition, whose job it is to hold the government accountable. And then he also lays him up with the fucking question, the fact that he had an MP that literally advocated for a Canadian citizen to be to have his bounty collected by a foreign government, and you didn't fire him.
Mm-hmm.
And then you replaced him with a guy who was found years before, also working in the police, singing a song praising China and meeting with all these leaders. And you also met with Chinese leaders on behalf of Brookfield to secure a $250 million deal, which are all facts. Why would he do that?
Right.
That's political suicide.
I had the same thought.
Why would? Because like that's always been like kind of like a fringe issue, and only now has it been brought like on the debate stage live. You got to see the fucking takedown in real time.
Yeah.
Like that is a fact. You did have a person in your party that advocated for a Canadian citizen to be taken by a foreign government, and you stood behind that guy and his record as a police officer for some fucking reason. Why would you defend that in any way? Okay, that was the first one. I'm excited to see where this goes. This is great. I love this segment.
So we have a little
This
bit
is
of
great.
time for some quick hit Q&As for each of you right now. Short questions, 45 seconds please on the answers, and we're going to go left to right as I look at you right now. Mr. Poilievre, you get the first question. To the best of my knowledge, you have not offered a hard timeline, as the other parties have, to meet Canada's NATO commitment of 2% spending on defense? When would you hit that target?
My aim will be to 2030. That said, when we renegotiate our trade deal with the U.S., I know it's their priority to see us increase our military budget. One of the things I will say to the Americans is the more free trade, tariff-free free trade we have, the faster we can rebuild our military in Canada and reassert our sovereignty. And we will use that money to have heavy icebreakers in the north, Poseidon aircraft, fighter jets, a new base in the north, double the Arctic Rangers, fill the vacancies in the armed forces, and rebuild the warrior spirit that characterized our military since the birth of our country. We will rebuild our forces, and we will stand behind our veterans.
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. Mr. Carney, your question. You have cut both the consumer carbon tax and the capital gains tax increase that you inherited from your predecessor. Is that an admission that the Liberals made life less affordable for Canadians?
I think let me give you the rationale behind both of those changes. First, with respect to the consumer carbon tax, in effect, it become too divisive for Canadians. Canadians received rebates. On the whole, they received more than the tax actually was. But some had represented that it was a tax without a rebate. It became divisive. It didn't serve its purpose. It made a relatively modest contribution.
It was really divisive with my wallet. It really didn't agree with my bank account. You know what I mean? It really polarized the fucking the pennies I got. It really polarized them. What the fuck, dude?
Contribution to overall climate goals. I got rid of it. First act made Canadians whole. Secondly, but with respect to the capital gains tax, it's come up again.
Oh, you made us whole. Okay.
This is a fundamental issue. We need to build this country. Builders, innovators, entrepreneurs need to be rewarded. That's why I brought it back.
And that's time. Thank you. Mr. Singh, would you change the existing cap on immigration?
I've said that the level of immigration, first of all, we need immigration. It's fundamentally important to our country. And we speak to any small business owner, you speak to people here in Quebec.
Speak to any farm. Yeah.
It's fundamentally important. A couple things, though, we know we need to be able to set the amount of folks that we welcome to our country at a level that it meets our needs. So I would ensure that we've got an expert panel that makes that determination based on our economic needs.
We already have that.
We also know
We already have a board for that.
Very clear that the lack of investment from Liberals and Conservatives resulted in the fact that we have a shortage in housing. That's something that we've got to fix. I should also.
We literally have that. It's right here. It's called the Immigration and Refugee Board of Canada. It already exists. It's already a thing. You don't need another program. It's already here.
Like I need a program for my program.
I don't like what I. Okay.
Exist.
Yeah. Hey, no problem, man. No worries. Let's keep going.
You have some good ideas, man. We should really implement that.
Oh my god.
Vote for New Democrats. We'll fight back to protect Canadians and make sure that we've got the right immigration levels.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time.
Bro, chuck a watermelon at my fucking head right now. Holy shit.
With a carbon tax. Do you think that's fair?
It's not entirely true. It's not a tax. What Quebec has is a system by which
it's not a tax.
Big emission companies, I don't know how to translate that, to reduce their emissions. If they do not, then they have to pay. It goes into a fund which is invested then in reducing emissions. Our partner is California, which makes this a huge deal about reducing emissions. This is what we do. This is to be compared to what Europe does. And by the way, Europe would impose tariffs on Canadian oil if it ever got there. We're quite proud of that. And we have to be responsible because this is much less expensive than doing nothing to fight climate.
That's time. We're going to do another set of quick hits here, left to right again, and 30 seconds this time. Monsieur Polyev, you've previously promised to defund the CBC as one of your very first acts as Prime Minister. Is that still the plan?
Yes.
Gaslighting.
CBC will continue to operate as a self-funded, Canadian-owned and controlled non-for-profit that raises money like other media organizations through sponsorships, subscriptions, advertising, licensing fees, and countless other things that will ensure
viewership
who still want to listen and
number one
will be able to do so. And at the same time, we'll allow freedom of the press so that everybody has their voice heard and they can make their own decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. The next question to you, 30 seconds. Would you remove some of Canada's legal tax avoidance loopholes that companies that you have worked for have used?
Look, I think that what we need to do is undertake a comprehensive review of our corporate tax system and do that on the basis of the right principles. We've got to have fairness, transparency, sustainability, and competitiveness. So we need a tax system, a corporate tax system, including being part of a international minimum corporate tax through the OECD.
And that is time. Mr. Singh, the question for you is, if you hold the balance of power after this election is over, what would your price be to support another party?
We've laid out our priorities. We want to make sure we bring down the cost of groceries, build homes that people can afford. I can also tell you that we...
Yo, stop breathing into the fucking mic.
wants to cut it, and we would close tax
Carney.
loopholes and offshore tax havens, even though Mr. Carney didn't respond to that, and selling stocks and shares to make profits and then having less taxes on that is not hard work. And so those aren't the job creators. The people who are job creators are the hardworking men and women that contribute to our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Monsieur Blanchet, kind of the same question. If you hold the balance of power in the next minority parliament, if it is that, what would be the price of your support?
Respect for Quebec. That's quite easy. I don't want to go against
Just gonna leave that there.
wants to do for itself. I don't want Canada to impose an economic vision or a multiculturalist vision on Quebec, which is different in terms of language and values and secularity and equality between people. So I want to be a partner, and if Quebec is respected, Canada has nothing to fear from the bloc because we vote for what is good for Quebec. It only has to be good for Quebec.
Thank you, Mr.
We should be
Blanchet.
afraid of you now?
We have
Canada
one
fears
last
nothing
question
from
for
the
each of you. We'll
bloc.
go right to left this time as I look at you. Bit of an offbeat question. Mr. Blanchet, what is your biggest regret during this campaign?
That's a
What the fuck?
Working for Quebec, being Mr. Quebec.
Not wearing my crown.
Yeah, no, you don't. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a
Very
good one.
good question. I'm not very fond of regrets, I would say, but we should have started sooner to see that we had to create the environment for a deal in which Quebec and Canada would be one bigger than the other, but partners to be stronger in front of.
Like we're two different fucking things, man.
One bigger than the other? What are you referring to?
Yeah, and in
'Cause
his head, it's Quebec.
That's what I mean. Bro, get off your fucking high horse. Are you serious?
Mr. Trump and showing that maybe nobody here is the partner to let go alone without being surveyed or controlled or supervised by a Quebec voice.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Same question, Mr. Singh. Your biggest regret of this campaign?
not being able to meet as many people as I would love to have. It's
Here's Quebec. Here's Quebec.
Feels good.
Yeah, there's Quebec for you. All right, then there's your fucking Quebec.
How's that carbon tax treating you?
There's your Quebec. There it is. There's your fucking Quebec. Fucking Christ.
short campaign, and so I can't get to as many communities that I wanted to. I think one of the honors of my job is to be able to meet people, and to
Especially
take their
single
stories,
mothers.
and then to take their stories and concerns and bring them to Ottawa and to fight for those people.
I love
want you to know,
MILFs.
even if I haven't made it to your community, I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that you're represented, that we never let any government cut our health care, that we defend the values that we care so deeply about. We make my life more affordable. That's my commitment to you. Even if I didn't get to see you, that's my commitment.
And I'm gonna do that by visiting every single mother in Canada.
Biggest regret of the campaign?
I'm to be honest, it's the same answer. This is an astonishing country. It is an amazing country, and
One that I can't wait to ruin.
opportunity, and the responsibility that comes with it of being with Canadians.
I regret not being Justin Trudeau.
Ideas from them, and working to be part of the solution is the greatest honor of my life. But the regret is that it is also a big country, and it is a short period of time.
Mr. Polyev.
What?
I actually agree with these two gentlemen. I had a rule that at all my rallies, even when they're really big, I would stand in front of
Oh,
them
fuck
and
off.
greet every single person and hear their stories and learn their struggles. And
is he gonna cry?
Oh, fuck
that they
off.
faith in me or in any of us. Yeah. But we've been in such a rush because we have to get off to the next event, so we haven't been able to stop and do that. And I want you to know out there, I haven't forgot about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
It is
God.
He's such a charmer.
Gross. Gross.
And Mr.
Bruh.
Singh, you get the first word on a closing statement.
Certainly, thank you.
I feel
Because you voted
violated.
For New Democrats,
Ugh.
we were able to build this country that we love. Universal health care and pensions.
Oh my fucking
Because you voted for
God.
New Democrats, we
God,
were able to
bro.
fight to bring in
Go
dental
suck my
care,
healthcare.
pharmacare, and childcare. Because you voted for us, because you supported us. You have the power with your vote to send more New Democrats to Ottawa to continue that fight, to make sure that no government cuts the things that we hold dear, like our health care, to ensure that we can do everything possible
Oh
to
my
make life
God.
more affordable by making it more affordable to buy your groceries and to get a home. I'm asking for your support in this election so that I can continue to fight to defend the things that make Canada, Canada, the things that we hold dear, the things that make us proud to be Canadian.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carty.
We're seeing a Hunger Games across Ontario. Hundreds in this town line up for a chance at a family doctor. Man, look at all that fucking healthcare. Holy shit, bro. Look at that healthcare, dude.
How does that healthcare feel?
Man, look at all that healthcare. Holy shit, dude. Obamacare? No. Healthcare. Look at all that healthcare, dude. Look at that sweet, sweet healthcare. Holy shit. Old people lining up in the fucking snow. Hell yeah, dude. Nobody below the age of 30. Hell yeah, dude. People having to take time off their fucking job so they even lose even more income to line up for a doctor for hours on end. Hell yeah.
Where is this?
This is in a small town in Ontario.
Okay.
In Walkerton, Ontario. Which, you know what?
A little place nobody's ever heard of.
Let's fucking
I mean,
look this
sorry,
up.
guys. I know we have a huge audience over in Walkerton.
Bro. That's in fucking middle of buttfuck fucking nowhere. It's near Hanover. Look at that shit, dude. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is this? There's like 2, 3, 4, 5 farms around here and just fucking houses. There's nothing here.
We're gonna live here now.
Healthcare, dude. Healthcare.
We are facing the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. Donald Trump is trying to fundamentally change the world economy, the trading system. But really what he's trying to do to Canada, he's trying to break us so the U.S. can own us. They want our land, they want our resources, they want our water, they want our country. And we're all going to stand up against Donald Trump. I'm ready. I've managed crises over the years. I've built strong economies. We will fight back with counter tariffs. We will protect our workers and those businesses, and we will build the strongest economy. We will build Canada strong. I'm asking for your support, the honor of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Monsieur Blanchet.
What is this?
Here's a photo of Mark Carney meeting with representatives from Beijing.
Oh.
He's really gonna fight for our values.
Biggest threat is China.
That's great. All right. I'm pulling one of these up for each of them, so let's fucking go.
For 260 years and a little bit more, les Français, devenus des Canadiens, devenus des Canadiens français, devenus des Québécois.
I don't speak your language.
You have tried to have them become Canadians like all Canadians. But to no avail, we are different. So let's be economic partners. Let's have a voice chosen by and for Quebecers, an ally for Canadians as equals in front
of Mr. Trump.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Only in Canada could someone start where I began and get to this stage. I was born to a single mother and adopted by school teachers who raised me to believe in the incredible Canadian promise that anyone who worked hard could do anything. That promise feels broken today. Many of you worried about paying your bills, feeding your families, or ever even owning a home. You're worried your kids are in danger. But I'm here to say it doesn't have to be this way. With change, we can restore the Canadian promise so that hard work gets you a beautiful house on a safe street under a proud flag. We can do it with hope for a change.
Gentlemen, thank you for a very spirited debate tonight.
Very sappy,
Two
but
quick
I get
points
it.
Before we go, number one of you celebrated your 60th birthday yesterday on this stage. Yves-François Blanchet, bon anniversaire.
Bon anniversaire. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Bon anniversaire.
Secondly, you'll notice we didn't have to change the time of this debate because the Leafs already clinched the Atlantic Division title, and therefore we didn't need to move the debate to accommodate a hockey game. I'm getting back at my colleague who was in this position last night, and okay, go Habs go, that's fine. With that, we're done. Thank you, leaders, for being here tonight. We are just 11 days from Election Day, April 28th, but there are many ways that you can cast your ballot starting tomorrow at advanced polls. If you intend to vote by mail, that deadline is April 22nd. Make sure to check your voter card for details or contact Elections Canada. This is your democratic right, and we hope you use it. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm Steve Paikin. Good night from Montreal.
I like the moderator this second time around.
And there you have it, the English language
Agreed.
debate of this 45th general.
I wish Jagmeet Singh had been cut off again, though. That would have been funny.
As you see there,
What was the time? What did it say?
Parties gathering in Montreal at Maison de Radio-Canada. Steve Paikin of TV Ontario
Oh,
moderating
hold on.
that
I
debate.
think I got it. Holy shit, look at that differential.
Bam.
My God.
10 minutes down.
That's nutty. Okay, so thoughts?
Well, again, very entertaining.
I am not here to run for prime ministership of
That is
Canada.
like, what a circus, man. Like, just when you
I'm not
think
running.
one can't like possibly like out goof the other, he comes out and says something like that, and just like he might as well have just said, "I don't even want to be here."
I am not here to run for prime ministership. I am here to fuck up the vote and
And
advance
Canadians will understand that.
and advance Quebecer policies, as you understand.
So that Quebec and Canada can be close partners.
That's great. I loved his separation of of Quebec and Canada. That was probably my favorite part. That's got to be my favorite part. That's insane. He just kept fucking hammering that nail. Yeah, I don't know. Once again, not really touching on the major issues to an extent. Like, I'm glad that there was time given to each presenter to discuss to ask each other a question. That was really good. I really like that. I wish that
That
had
was a
happened
cool
in the
little
first
segment,
debate.
yeah.
I like that. Because
I wish they had more than one question though, because everyone just kind of like teamed up on Carney and.
yeah, that whole debate felt like everyone was beating on Carney at that point, honestly. I don't want to be too forward with deciding a winner because I don't think anyone's really a winner here. I think everyone loses because even Pierre, like, I can't believe that he's still. I mean, I guess he's trying to curry favor, so he's just going along with the fucking Ukraine thing, which, like, it doesn't make sense to me how you can say in one breath that the liberal spending agenda has fucked us and gotten us to where we are, and part of that spending agenda is the 20 billion that we've sent to Ukraine, but it's still so important because the US isn't going to step up, so we have to. Like, with all due respect, like, okay, I'm fine with welcoming Ukrainians in because they understand what it's like to live in a Western culture and their assimilation is not going to be nearly as rough. Canada already has quite a large Ukrainian population because we took a lot of refugees during World War II, and a lot of them, especially after the war, settled in the Western provinces, some of which were Nazis, as was that guy that was welcomed into Parliament. Um, but at the end of the day, I'd much rather take them than any other group that despises the West or hates them. But even all that, like, that's besides the point. The point is he's still arguing for funding Ukraine given our current economic crises. And I think he's just doing it to appease alliances or to appease people that would otherwise vote for him. Because I guess there's not really that much of a anti-Ukrainian funding spirit in Canada, so he can't take advantage of that. Whereas in America, it's much bigger because they've spent so much more money, and it's kind of more of a prevalent topic. So I really did not appreciate that he was not talking about that, or like he kind of danced around it, and he did mention that like we shouldn't have people importing foreign conflicts, but he specifically, like, he did not state anything saying like, oh, it's dangerous for people to import people from Gaza, which it is. What like
Yeah,
what
I
what
agree.
method of document verification do we have for those people? Their entire infrastructure is gone. How are we supposed to verify who was and wasn't part of Hamas or wasn't a supporter of Hamas?
Yeah.
And it's not that I blame people living in Gaza for having that stance. No, it's just I feel uneasy about having those people come into my country because, as I said before, like, if this is what it's like without all those Gazans here and Jewish schools are getting shot up and they're protesting fucking neighborhoods and businesses that have nothing to do with the conflict overseas, they just happen to be Jewish, like, why would we take in more of those people in? And nobody said a single word about that. So with Pierre, like, that's one of my sticking points. He did really well in terms of like holding Carney's feet to the fire, especially when he asked him that question about the foreign interference stuff. That was perfect. I really am confused why Carney did that. I genuinely don't understand why you would give him such an easy layup. Like, those talking points work well in like a CBC newsroom, but that's because they're on your fucking side.
Yeah.
That doesn't actually work when you actually have a chance for your opponent to respond. Is that why? Like, he just got like the liberals are so used to everyone or like a majority of people agreeing with them that like he just lost. No, no, but like think of it this way: like, of all the questions you could ask, that's what he goes for. Because they knew what the questions were going to be about. Like, hold on, let me see. Did the leaders know but that they were going
Well,
to
they
get to
had
ask
no. It
questions?
said no preparation at the beginning. I don't know
Let
if
me
that means, or it said no use of notes, maybe.
Notes. He said notes, but that doesn't mean they didn't know the questions because they did say what topics they're going to be asking.
True.
Let me see if there's any sources on this. Yeah, Carney can't defend his record at all. Anytime it was put to question, he would just say, "I honored the shareholders and did this and did that," but like realistically, you did hide money in Bermuda to dodge taxes. There's nothing defending that. So, like, I mean, he had nothing. The moment that anybody brought up anything real, he would just say, "Oh well, I'm not Trudeau." And Pierre's like, "Yeah, I understand that, but you still have a good chunk of your cabinet is made up of those people." And also, yes, so the debates, themes, and structures, including the Leader's Choice segment, were announced by the Leaders Debates Commission days earlier. And moderator Steve Paikin hinted at an unspecified extra thing during the debate, which aligned with the unmoderated questioning segment. Okay, so he didn't explicitly state it, but even like realistically speaking, if you're on the campaign trail, you know exactly what the pain points of your enemy is.
Mhm.
You know exactly what they are because you're talking about them day in and day out. And this is the pain point that Carney chose against Pierre.
I feel like Carney may not have been fully informed on that situation. I don't know.
There's no way he isn't. There's
I
there's so much
I'm trying to come
writing.
up with an excuse of why in the hell he would ask him that question.
And I totally get it. I understand trying to steel man it because I'm right there with you. I'm just as confused. In my opinion, I think it further just speaks to like this idea that we've talked about before, where part of the reason why people should be white pilled on the political landscape of today, even as hectic as it is because these people are truly deeply incompetent. Like they don't understand how easy it is to find YouTube clips or articles or any kind of proof that completely goes against what they are saying or what they are doing that puts them in a really difficult spot. Like they think we're fucking retards, but
Yeah.
you can literally just pull up a clip or a Twitter thread or whatever the fuck and just completely disprove what you're saying. Like Jagmeet Singh, he kept saying like, "Oh, six houses, 6 houses." Bro, that's a quick Google search that if anyone is interested can actually find out for themselves. And as Pierre said, the Toronto Star refuted it years ago. So I think it less so speaks to their sorry. I think it more so speaks to not only their incompetence, but the fact that they've been operating in a safety bubble where everyone just agrees with them or does not at least like hold their feet to the fire, that they're actually not used to getting confrontational and having legitimate points thrown back at them because what they're saying is actually bullshit. That's what it like it reminds me of, at least, because it's like if you don't take the time to be adversarial and to sharpen your edge and you're always just getting patted on the back and around you everyone's just agreeing with you because of how important this election is for the Liberals and the NDP, that they're just not used to it when somebody not only disagrees with them but like flat out says like you're actually just a fucking liar.
I mean, that could very well be the case.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're just guessing like what kind of headspace these people are in and what their decision making process is, and we'll never know that. But it just reeks of incompetence that they would let something like that happen.
Mm.
Like it absolutely reeks of incompetence. I don't understand how they could even think that that would be a worthy line of attack. That is insane. That is an insane line of attack. You're literally giving him an open avenue to say you didn't even fucking fire the guy in your party that advocated for a Canadian citizen to be put up on a bounty program. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't see the logic in it.
Yeah. And Jagmeet fucking I mean, he just shit the
He
bed all
acted like
around.
he acted like a rabid dog within the first fucking 20 minutes.
Bro, that was crazy to see. His emotion just completely overtake him multiple times throughout the debate.
Yeah.
Like how he kept interrupting nonstop.
He's not a stable person.
No, he's not. He really isn't. Like he spoke less than the fucking Quebecois did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jagmeet is he just crosses me as like some of those extremely combative just based on what he's saying here. And not in a good way, not even in a calculated way, just in a way that's like I'm here to just fuck shit up and talk about healthcare.
Yeah. Have you guys heard about my program?
It's all about programs for him. All about expanding programs. I want to expand programs.
Band-Aid solutions, though. That's the thing. He's never getting to the root of the issue.
For immigration, I am going to create a new board of experts to sit down and look at the number. We already have that. We already have an immigration board. What do we need more boards for? For who? For what? No, but like seriously, like, well, like if we're asking legitimate questions, like, why would we need that? It's very confusing.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you.
I don't understand it. And then the fucking Quebec guy, dude, he had the balls to say that he's not running for prime minister. What the actual fuck?
It's just a circus, man.
All right, you got the
Like,
floor.
that's madness.
I got to step away for a second. You got the floor.
Yeah. Ugh. Genuinely, I actually don't know how I feel after watching that at this point. I mean, the announcers were saying at the beginning it was Carney's to lose, but I mean, with that last question,
Yeah, that was
it's just ridiculous. And the barking from friggin' Jag Meat, like interrupting everybody with his lies.
yeah, this is you know, people in Canada say like, "Oh, at least we're not like dichotomous like the Americans and we don't have just two single parties." But like in all reality, Jesus fucking Christ, like the only two parties that matter there are conservatives and the liberals.
Oh yeah.
Like there's a reason when it came to the question period, they asked each other the questions and they didn't bother wasting a question on the NDP or the Québécois. And the NDP and the Québécois did the same. They raised their question to either Carney or Pierre. Pretty sure Jagmeet did it to Carney, and so did the Quebecois leader. So everyone's
Well,
just
you
piling on
notice how it's
Carney.
funny, like, I don't even know the Quebecois leader's name.
Yeah.
We watched 2 debates with him. I still don't know his name. And I don't know if that's just me being an ignorant bastard or...
Well, it doesn't matter. Why would it matter? He just said it himself. He's not going to be leader. He's not running to be leader. He's just here
Yeah.
to talk about Quebec's interests. Oh,
But
are
you
you
notice-
going to overstep our sovereignty with your programs and all? Like what, dude? You're in Canada.
You noticed how he and the NDP never really got into it? All their inquiries were thrown at Pierre or Carney.
There were a couple jabs here and there, but I know what you mean. The general dynamic was more geared towards either of those other two. Yeah, like I said, there's only two parties that matter, and everyone else just makes a team with everyone else. Yeah, that was just all the laughs and everything aside, that was just disappointing to see because
Yeah, that one was worse than the French one.
like much more. Well, I guess because
Well, except the Quebecois guy did like pretty much like go, oh, when Carney got what did they say about Carney? I can't remember now.
Oh, the 2008 that he led them through the crisis.
Mm.
That he led the country through the crisis, and the guy's like, "Oh, really? You did that single-handedly, did you?" Yeah, no, that was just kind of sad to see because despite the laughs and all the memes and all that kind of shit, Jack Meat was gaslighting people into thinking that government programs are the way forward and that will solve everything. Carney was gaslighting people into thinking that he's not at all like Trudeau and he doesn't adopt any of his values and he doesn't have anything to do with what happened in the last 10 years. Pierre gaslighted people into saying that we should still support Ukraine and in my opinion not going nearly far enough on certain policies, and I think that's on purpose because he's trying to appeal to a greater audience around Canada to get into power, which I understand, but like there's just fundamental
Just be straightforward,
differences.
like, yeah.
Yeah, like you know, people give shit about like to Trump and all that and how Pierre is exhibiting Trump-like characteristics. I would take a Trump-like figure over any of these fucking people. Because at least like Trump, his strength was he came at a time when the system was broken, he pointed it out, and then when people tried to get him back on some character assassination shit, Trump is like, I don't Like, yeah, I fucked hookers. So what? Like, what about it? I fucked a porn star, and you guys fucking wrecked the economy. You guys fucking made it impossible for veterans to receive their benefits and be able to live comfortably. You guys made it impossible for us to get out of these wars. Like, he was able to just point fingers at everyone else, and like Polyev can't exactly do that, because if he does, he's just giving them fuel to the fire, which unfortunately in Canada, with our 25% government subsidized media, means that there's just going to be more talking points against him, which I understand. It's just like it didn't feel like anyone was actually addressing the fundamental issues of Canada. It felt like the French debate 2.0. Like, the topics were almost the same,
Yeah,
basically almost the same.
yeah. But then this is going to be reaching like a larger audience, right? So I think that's why there's like overlapping topics.
No, sure, I get that, but I don't know. It just like like I said earlier in the show, nobody talked about the deportations that have to happen.
True.
Not a single word on that. How they're gonna deal with that. Not a single question from the moderator either. How are you gonna deal with thousands and thousands and thousands of these international workers and students when their visas expire, because they've been holding protests and encampments, and they've been getting advocacy on behalf of large labor groups, especially in Ontario? How are you going to deal with that? How are you going to deal with the rise in LMIA? Like, they said some things around that topic, but nothing about what would actually solve the problem, which is deportation. Like, nobody said anything about that. And that's the only way to actually fix the problem, is once these people's visas expire and they're not eligible to refresh them, we deport them, as is the law. We followed the law.
Yeah. That's
Nobody,
just basic.
nobody said anything about the monopolies that run Canada. The fact that we have 2 telecoms that own everything. The fact that we have 4 grocery chains that own everything. Like, nothing about that. Building small businesses back up. Nothing about COVID once again. Nothing about the convoy and how the government treated those people. About citizens' rights. I don't even know why guns were on the topic. I don't even understand what guns had to do with any of this. For what?
Yeah, that was kind of a weird curveball.
Like, to shame the liberals because of their failure in gun buyback like what? How's about the fact that Canadians can't defend themselves? Can we get that on some legislation so that we can like have some fucking pepper spray or knuckle dusters or what have you? Like, can we figure out a way to help arm the populace safely so that they can defend themselves in a moment of crisis when the police can't get to them? What about the fentanyl crisis? Nobody said anything about safe supply. Even like
No,
Pierre
I thought
Poilievre,
that was going to be brought up.
he didn't say anything about safe supply. Nothing.
The closest thing we got was, oh, the crisis in BC. Yeah, why do you think that is?
Yeah, what about the crisis in Ottawa? What about the crisis in Toronto? What about the crisis in Montreal or anywhere else? The fucking Quebec guy, when he was posed with that question, he's like, oh, well, do you see, because we have these people coming over the border and they're not assimilating. And he made it an immigration question to the point where the moderator was like, didn't really
To the
answer
point
my
where
question.
he said we need to protect French language by the end of it.
Is that what he said?
If I'm remembering correctly, yeah.
Yeah, we need to protect French language. That's great. That's a great policy to deal with the fentanyl crisis. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was thoroughly disappointing. It was not nearly as fun as I thought it was going to be. There were some moments here and there that were funny, but Jesus fucking Christ, dude, that was just sad to see. No mention, like, no questions on Hudson Bay, the legacy of Canada. No question on like the culture of Canada or what it means to be Canadian. Which I understand it's kind of a fluff question to ask, but like, what about the identity? What about the fact that all the statues that have been torn down, all the schools' names who have been changed? Like, what are we going to do about that?
Man, when they poised the topic of leadership in crisis, I really thought they were going to talk about COVID.
No mention. Not a single mention of COVID. Nothing. What about MAID? MAID hasn't been brought up this entire time. Not a single mention of it. Nothing. Look, I'm not trying to spiral here and say that this was shit and pointless and these people are fucking useless
No, but there
and
seems to be a
blackpill.
million and one topics that could have been better to pick from.
That's what I mean. Like there's all these contentious issues that actually do affect a lot of people's lives and do affect the betterment of our country. And whether it's an issue or an incident that happened long ago, like this is something worth talking about. Like even a simple question, what did we learn from COVID? What did we learn from the government's handling of the COVID crisis? What could we have done better? What do we need to do better? How are you going to assure Canadians that if you face such a crisis during your time, what are you going to do about it?
Man,
How's
the fact
about
that we're not talking about it is wild.
no mention of it. No mention. The first election since COVID. No mention of it whatsoever. Nothing.
You can't just let something like that be swallowed by the ether. It fucking happened. Like,
Well, even Pierre, like I'm sorry, but like with
I
all due
know.
respect, as the leader of the opposition, like it's your fucking job to hold the government accountable for this. Like I thought you were on the side of the truckers. I thought that that's what you campaigned on. I thought that that's what you represented.
Yeah.
But it turns out that that's not really as much of a priority, or you don't think it's politically popular to make that point. But either way,
Like,
thoroughly disappointed.
imagine if he turned around and pulled a Trump and pardoned Tamara and Patrick. Is that what it was? It was Patrick King, right?
Yeah,
Or
Pat King.
who was
Yeah.
the other organizer? Yeah. Imagine he pulled some shit as soon as he got into office and friggin' pardoned them.
I mean,
Some badass shit.
they were tried for mischief, and they didn't even get them on those charges. I don't even think they charged them with that. I'm pretty sure the courts overturned it. But regardless, like
Did they?
no mention of it. Nothing. Not a single person on that stage ever talked about anything relating to COVID. And the moderator didn't ask a single fucking question. I vouch for the journalist because I've seen his coverage on other stuff and how like his interviews and whatnot. And he's generally a smart person, but like that is a huge mistake for him to not do that. Like, are we just gonna ignore the fact of like what happened, of what you guys did to the country? Are we just gonna move past that?
But not even. But it doesn't even have to be placed in like the context of placing blame, right? It can just be, look, this happened. Like,
yeah, what do we do next time?
COVID started here, and I mean, tentatively, let's give it an ending somewhere. But this period of time happened. It existed. It's a part of history. It's written in stone. Okay. Now you need to tell us what you think we should have done better, what we can learn from it, right? The mistakes that were made, and what you would plan to do if another situation would arise. That's something Canadians deserve to know.
In my opinion, this is the simplest way to phrase it. Okay, seeing the choices that were made during COVID by the Liberal government and the various coalitions that were made around that, seeing the fact that trust in news media has plummeted, seeing the fact that trust in medical institutions has plummeted to the point where we're having fucking measles outbreaks, seeing that people's trust in political institutions has plummeted, and the RCMP released a report like right after the convoy saying that if the living conditions of people get to a certain point, if they degrade to a certain point, there's going to be a high risk potential of violence or violent acts or just law breaking in general. Having all that said and done, that people seem to be losing faith in institutions and news, why should they listen to you? How are you going to regain the trust of the people? That's it. Leave it open ended. Like, how are you as a party going to do that? How are you actually going to fulfill the promise? Because it's nice and all that you guys are up here talking about your fucking programs and why Quebec is #1 and why you're not Trudeau and why we need to support Ukraine. But why should we take you at your word if this is your record for all of these people? Like, the Conservatives could have done a lot more to defend the rights and values of people during COVID. They could have been a much louder proponent to stand up for people's rights and to openly argue against a lot of these measures. They could have done way more. And so could have the Liberals, and so could have the NDP, and so could have the Quebecois, who had a fucking... Dude, people in Quebec had a curfew.
Yeah.
They had a fucking curfew, and they weren't letting people shop in grocery stores for a hot second if they weren't vaccinated. What sense does that fucking make? How's about the fact that during a European Union meeting with one of the representatives from Pfizer, the company just happened to admit that they never tested for transmission, and the world just moved on from that as if the politicians never said that it would stop transmission. Like, there's so many of these situations where the government and these people that purport to represent us have betrayed our trust and betrayed our values in a way that over time has caused us to get to where we are, to the point where voting for Trump is like, if you don't vote for him, you're a retard. That's the way that it's seen, to the point where he fucking has a landslide victory, regardless of what he did during COVID. But because he's just there pointing out all their fucking mistakes, and the people are hungry for that, he gave them what they wanted and he got elected. Yeah. Trump is not the problem. He's the consequence of the problem. And the problem is that you have drained, you've absolutely erased, wiped out any semblance of trust that any rational person could have for the government. You froze the bank accounts of protesters you didn't like. You forced people to get an experimental vaccine. And those people that were actually dealing with the consequences, like there's that famous incident of that guy in Quebec, funnily enough. Remember the fucking CBC Quebec man skin condition COVID vaccine? Let me look this up. Wow, here it is. Quebec's man COVID vaccine story spurs others to come forward. Canadians who say they suffered adverse reactions dealing with silence, stigma. Yeah, I wonder why that is. I wonder if the government has anything to do with that. This guy can't even work. He was out of work because his skin condition was so fucking bad. What about that woman that had cerebral palsy and showed up on CTV News and told people to still get the jab? Their failure...
The uptake in Bell's palsy.
Yeah,
all of a sudden, everybody's faces is half frozen.
Their failure to not own up to their own failures and to admit that they were wrong when they were wrong is only going to come back and bite them in the ass. At first, the expense of the people, and then we're going to pass that down onto them if it gets bad enough. That's the problem. Like, all these issues are just ticking time bombs and they're waiting to go off, and the further that we kick the can down the road, the worse it's going to get when somebody shows up and actually has to deal with the fucking problem. That's my main issue with the debates, is that, like, the fundamental issues that are plaguing Canadians were only slightly touched upon in the most controlled way during this debate.
Yeah, but it felt like, again, it was kind of the main talking points that the media would have you believe are like the most important topics.
Yeah.
Because these are the main topics that the mainstream media runs all the time. It's Gaza, it's Ukraine, it's housing, it's affordability at the grocers, it's healthcare. As much as I hate to say it, and nobody's talking about Quebec. Like, that's not a thing.
Yeah, but, like, look, with all due respect, you guys want to have your fucking referendum, then have it. Let them leave. I'm serious. Let them leave. Why? Let them leave. Let's open up a trade corridor, and you guys can be treated as a separate country. Why not?
Because, like I said, I don't think the majority of Quebecers believe that.
Their leader seems to think so. Yeah, I don't know. I was kind of disappointed by that. I thought that like at least the debate would be a place where they would throw their gloves off and actually go at it and talk about some serious shit, but it just became another campaign stop. That's what it felt like. It felt like another
Yeah.
campaign stop with sound bites and shit. Like when Pierre was crying, like I was like, dude, like fuck right off. That seems so fucking fake, dude.
No, I don't think he was actually crying.
He was tearing up. That's what it sounded like.
It did sound like that.
Yeah, like you
He could have had something in his throat though, like Jag Me. So you don't know.
yeah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't know. It's not looking good, but in all honesty, this doesn't really much matter because Canadians are going to persevere, and one way or another, we're going to find out a way to make this work. And I have faith in that because there's always going to be people that are going to stand up to this kind of bullshit. So whoever wins, I don't think it much matters really in the grand scheme of things. It's nice and all to be invested in this stuff and to make memes and to enjoy the fun, but realistically, like this shit doesn't fucking matter. If Pierre gets in power, like what? All the parties are just going to go along with what he wants to do? No, they're going to form a coalition. They're going to form a coalition, and Quebec's going to be like, well, we're going to look out for our own interests. Oh, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
And if the Liberals get in power, well, okay, great. Like, you guys get another fucking chance at the bat, even though you've already had 3.
Or the same.
The NDP aren't going to get in power, so they're just going to look to cut deals.
Definitely not. Fuck you.
Yeah, either with Quebec or with the Liberals. And the Quebec are going to just look after themselves, and they make the deals based on their own needs. It feels like, you know what it feels like? It feels like every party is arguing for a vision of Canada that is incongruent with the other, and then when all of this ends, they expect to work with each other, but realistically, there's not like no party is big enough to really seize control of any of this. Because no matter what the polls say, I would bet good money that Pierre is gonna fucking take it because I don't think the polls are really reflecting what the young people are thinking. Because young people don't answer polls. We're too busy fucking working 3 jobs just to make sure that we can afford bread. And so their inability to account for that and their treading water for the Liberals for all these years is only going to come back to bite them in the ass. Especially with disaffected Liberals that have gone over to the Conservative side. That's why I think Pierre is going to win. But, you know, like I said earlier, okay, so he wins. Now what? Now he's got an uphill climb both ways home.
Yeah.
In the snow.
Yeah, I would be
like, what's he actually going to change?
I don't think we're going to see a wave in majority government like we saw what happened in the US, you know.
That's what I mean. Like
the Liberals are still going to hold enough seats that he's still going to be leashed.
And what about all the judges that that Trudeau put in place that are executing on the party policy? You know, like even like the whole idea of foreign interference, they didn't really touch upon that in the sense that like the last 2 elections, clearly there was an effort to get the Liberals elected. Like there was no mention of that whatsoever. And Pierre could have said that you met with, like he did say he met with China to get that $250 million deal, but he could have gone further and said so much more that would actually expose this. What about the Chinese police stations that we had up here in Canada? Is anybody going to say anything about that? How the Liberal Party just stood by while that happened?
Yeah, it's really fucked.
Look, It's like every time we talk about politics, the longer that we keep talking, the more scandals and shit that we uncover, and the more endless this whole thing seems. Which is why there's a point in the conversation where we just pivot to something else or play Rocket League or whatever the fuck, because it just seems so goddamn fucking pointless. Because we can't really affect federal politics in any significant way unless you're like a mega million fucking donor. Um, yeah, I don't know I don't know what else I can say beyond that. That it's just that this has been a solid learning experience to not be involved in it, and to literally just like make jokes and make fun of this shit, because like as much as we can fact check Jagmeet Singh, he's still gonna go out and say that Pierre only built 6 houses, which is an amazing stance to take. And Carney's gonna say that he has a great private record of fucking busting unions and sending money to the Caymans or wherever the fuck. And the Quebecois leader just goes out and says, "I'm not running to be leader." Like, this is all just, it's like a fucking circus.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I was going to say. The only reason you're saying the only thing you can do is make fun of it and make memes about it. It's like, yeah, because it's a circus anyway. So you might as well just enjoy the show, I guess.
Yeah, and not stress too much about it, because it really isn't worth stressing over. Okay, well, any final words? Because I feel like we should wrap it up. We just hit the 4th hour.
Yeah, no, I was going to say that's a good way to sum it up right there.
Yeah, disappointing, but yet another solid reminder that federal politics should not be the end all be all, or even a significant portion of what we focus on in our daily life, even though it's really fun to look at this stuff. Um, that's not how we progress forward with whatever vision of Canada each of us has. Um, that really only happens when you talk to your neighbors and make friends and work a job and make something of yourself and build a business or what have you, but to, just keep moving forward and not really paying attention to this bullshit, and seeing it for what it is, which is just fucking gaslight fest of every party trying to curry favor and buy your vote. Yeah, it's just, today was just another reminder that this stuff is really toxic when you care so much. Because realistically, like, Pierre can say that he cares about us or whoever the fuck, and at the end of the day, like I know he doesn't. I know there's no way you can. No, but like, no, really, like, I don't believe you. I don't believe you when you say that, because you whatever passions and like drive that he has, good for him for where he's gotten in life. But after how thoroughly fucked the government, after how thoroughly the government has fucked us for the last 10 years, I have a very hard time believing any party for anything, because I certainly don't feel like a good chunk of my interests have been represented by any of these leaders, or that I can put my faith into any one of them to act upon where I want the country to go. And maybe that says more so about me than it does about the leaders, but there's something about the Canadian spirit that's been lost ever since I immigrated here. And I don't feel confident in anybody up there to kind of return us to that kind of semblance, or at least revitalize us in a significant way. Pierre is really the strongest one I can lean on, but mostly just because of the economic stuff. But even then, not going far enough to condemn like the hoax about the buried kids' bodies at all those fucking residential schools and all that shit. Like, no mention of that. No mention of the fact that that universities can legally discriminate against hiring straight white men for jobs. or the trans thing. Nothing about like trans and
no.
how the government can legally take away your kid if you don't affirm their gender. No mention of that whatsoever. Like,
No, they really didn't touch on any of these like hot topic issues, did they?
no systemic racism, no refutation of that.
No, the hot topics come at the question period afterwards. Like we were watching the clips.
Homelessness, involuntary treatment of insane people. Yeah, it fell short of my expectations. I'll end it with that. The debate fell short of my expectations, and maybe that means I have to lower my expectations, but I certainly don't think I have to.
Yeah, no, that's a fair assessment. It was just lame.
Agreed.
Like, yeah.
Agreed. That's as good a place to end it as any. Okay, so thank you for anyone that has had the great fortune of making it this far in the episode. Not sure when I'll be streaming next, but keep an eye out on the Discord and everywhere else. Yeah, not sure where we're headed. But I know that it's not up to these people, and that makes me hopeful. That it's not the government that's going to enact change. It's going to be people.
Agreed.
Yeah. And with that, we'll be ending it here. So stay tuned for next episode, guys.